In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. I like this shirt. Fuck you. Sorry, I get defensive when I feel like the audience is primed for an attack on my shirt. I like this shirt. Fuck you. That's how we start today's show. This is a nice shirt. It looks lovely. I look lovely in it. I need to lose 3 pounds. Welcome to the show. Great one ahead. Very excited. Today's one of those shut your mouth, Aaron days. Shut your mouth. You've got a lot of good stuff to talk about. We got Tyreek Hill's whole body cam. He was being a dick. I mean, I would think the wealthier you are, the easier it would be to just be nice to the cop pulling you over. Not even be nice. Just even be a dick. But, like, be a dick in a way that doesn't get you thrown to the ground and detained. Like, you know, people have this 9-year-old idea of, like, you know, public enemy. Like, fight the power, man. Fuck the cops, this and that. It's like, the cops are not to be fucked. The cops are not to be argued with. The cops are not. That is the jackboot of the state. They are not there to debate you. They are not there to argue with you. They are there to do things the easy way or the hard way. And if they're being a prick and a cunt and everything else, you get the badge number, you complain. You argue to your attorney. You argue to a lawyer. Like, there's never been a case where a guy resisted the cops and the cops were like, wow, this guy's a fucking badass. We better leave him alone. It doesn't happen. It's immature. And I've never understood why multi-millionaire athletes would resist. Like, first of all, reckless driving, speeding, shit like that. You got a really cool, nice car. If you have a really cool, nice car and it's really fast and it's a fucking cop magnet, then part of the cost of doing business should be the speeding tickets you're going to get in that car. And you get pulled over and you go, I mean, even if you want to go, yeah, what the fuck do you want? License, registration, goes back, checks it out, gives you a ticket. Suck my dick. Okay, good. And now you're back on the road. But the whole, like, you can't touch me. Fuck you. This and that. Like, I'm not giving you shit. And it's like, all you're doing right now is prolonging the bad day you're going to have. Like, be an adult about this. First of all, you were speeding. You were breaking the traffic laws, and they pulled you over for it. You are a multi-millionaire athlete. You're one of the highest paid players in the league. Take the speeding ticket. Fuck that cop. Pay him cash on the spot. I don't know. Do something. Flex on him. I don't give a shit. But, like, to end up with a knee in your back and on the ground, do you know how bad a speeding ticket has to go? Hand him your license, the one that says Tyreek Hill on it. that cop is going to be nice to you. Especially, wasn't it a home game against Jacksonville? Yeah. The odds that a cop is a football fan are pretty high, almost as high as him being a domestic abuser. So hand him the license, hand him the registration, like Tyreek Hill, the Tyreek Hill, no, the other Tyreek Hill. And then, like I said, what's a speeding ticket? $150? I think you can swing it. Even if you're a little cash poor at the moment, I think Tyreek Hill can swing a $150 speeding ticket. But he ended up on the ground. And, it happens a little too often for us to be surprised anymore when you hear about, so-and-so was put on the ground by the police, and, is this terrible police brutality and this and that. And then we're like, you hate to be a white guy about it, but you're like, should we maybe wait till the body cam comes out? And then the body cam comes out. And you go, so that guy was being a cunt. Okay. It usually checks out. Speaking of which, I have like 40 minutes left. Not Europa, The Last Battle. I didn't get through 11 and a half hours of that yesterday. That's somebody told me to watch that in the YouTube comments, and I started watching it, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, this thing goes fucking hard. I don't think I'm going to make it through Europa, The Last Battle. A listener sent that to me because they were like, Aaron, the way you're trashing Daryl Cooper on his Tucker appearance, and watch Europa, The Last Battle. I'm like, I don't know what that is. All right. And then as soon as the link was a BitChute link, I was like, oh boy, this could get spicy. And then as soon as it's a 12-hour documentary and it's just about Jews. And I start watching it. And like right out of the gate, they're like, the fucking Jews in the bank. I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, here we go. And this guy, the guy who made the documentary, I feel like he takes sides. I'm just going to say, from what I've seen of the documentary, I believe the guy is taking sides. Just a little. So we got the Tyreek Hill thing today. The documentary I watched yesterday, actually, SP is put me onto it. We watched it last night, all but 40 minutes. Had to go to bed. Was getting tired. The fall of Minneapolis. And I'm not saying that this election is affecting YouTube's algorithm. Far be it for me to suggest such a thing. But it was a bitch finding that thing. Like, you type in fall of Minneapolis, doesn't come up. You got to type in, like, Alpha News presents the fall of Minneapolis, and then it'll come up. And yet, it's still got 2.7 million views. And the problem with, like, the thing about the documentary is, like, I followed the George Floyd thing so close. It's about George Floyd and the riots and everything else. Is that nothing in that documentary really shocked me? Because it's kind of, if you were paying attention to the whole thing, you kind of already knew this stuff as it was. Like, George Floyd had enough fentanyl in his system for it to be an overdose. He had 75% blockage in an artery. He had hypertension. He was at risk of heart attack and all this other shit. And then, the way they kind of stacked the deck in that trial, and the way that they kind of railroaded fucking Chauvin. And, the problem is with the George Floyd, Derek Chauvin stuff is it's really hard to make Derek Chauvin a baby face because he's such a dick. He's such a cunt. But you also look at the evidence of the George Floyd thing and you're like, there's more than enough reasonable doubt to let this guy go. Like, there are enough extenuating circumstances in George Floyd's death to not know if this guy killed him or not, certainly not murdered him. It was a real railroading, and it would take a really ballsy person to commute his sentence or pardon him. But for the sake of the justice system, I feel like he deserves it. If you look at what killed George Floyd, it wasn't Derek Chauvin. If anything, it was him fucking struggling with those cops for 10 or 15 minutes before Chauvin even gets involved. And it's just really, again, I want to say it's really sad that guy's doing time right now, but God, he is such an unlikable douche. But if you want to keep the legal system pristine or whatever, what happened does not meet the criteria for second-degree murder. It doesn't. It may be involuntary manslaughter. I feel like Norm Macdonald on The View right now. All right, manslaughter. But it was a really interesting documentary. What they did with the third precinct was really sad. I think this documentary came out like 9 months ago. And it's got 2.7 million views, and it's fucking hard to find. I imagine how many views it would have if it wasn't. And I can't imagine with Tim Walz being the vice presidential candidate that YouTube's going to make that more visible in the next month and a half. But so far, I'm very entertained by it. It's very good. I think that side of the story deserves to be told. Again, Alpha News presents The Fall of Minneapolis. I've got like 40 minutes. I'm an hour and change in, and I've got like 45 minutes left. The other documentary, though, the Europa one, I probably won't be revisiting. All right, guys, we got a lot to talk about today. We're going to jump right into it. We're going to get into the Rumble chat, talk to some of these guys. Remember, if you're in the YouTube chat and you think I'm the biggest piece of... There's people right now seething and spurging out in that YouTube chat, I'm sure, and I haven't even said anything yet. If you want to hate me and you want me to see it, send in those super chats. We are monetizing people's hatred of me on this program. Makes it easier on the fans who donate all the money to keep this show on the air. If you're hating and seething on me right now, I don't see it. My eyeballs never see it. You got to throw in, and you want it read on the air, you hate my fucking guts and I'm the worst guy. $20 or so will do it. You want to throw in $20 to hate my guts? I'm right there with you. So thank you very, very much for just watching Steel Toe today. We appreciate you in any way you are one. We appreciate you being a fan. And I can't tell you how much it means to me that you're here today to yell into a void. I appreciate it, especially since the whole world's been dunking on the one guy who thinks I'm the most terrible guy in the world, who turns out to be a bigger piece of shit than I am. Oh boy, is that pea melt just getting fucking dragged. You hate to see it. I think the minute he started going, I could call a lawyer and I could be... The minute the guy who's made nothing but episodes harassing my family and I, the second that he said, I could go to a lawyer for harassment, everybody just turned on him. And they also went, we've been looking into you. You make a lot of really fucked up jokes sexually about kids. It's fucking gross, dude. You're human garbage. I think what happened was, and I forgive all of you, you let your hatred of me blind you. And I told you this a year and a half, 2 years ago. I told you this. I know you couldn't hear it at the time. I feel like I'm your father who tried to tell you something and you didn't listen. And then you found out the hard way that I was right. Believe me, I've been there before. And I think you're finding it out now that just because you hate my guts doesn't mean this other guy's good. In fact, this other guy, there's a reason he's been doing this for 20 years. And the only way he could catch on is by attaching himself to me. And I'm honored. I'm glad I could save his career. But I can't save him. I've said this for 2 years now, guys. I can't save him from himself. I'm sorry if this makes you hate me more. Then your delusion is complete. And again, I'm sorry, but I can't save Patrick Melton from himself. I can save his career. I can give him an opportunity. And I've done that. And again, you're welcome. But I can't save him from himself. He can't help himself. This is who he will always be. I've made him a better person. But I can't ultimately save him. Because he's always going to be the human garbage that he's always been. So I wish you guys luck in figuring out your shit. I know it's been a tough time for you. I don't know what else to tell you. Johnny is not here today. Johnny did send me a text yesterday before the evening show. He's having a tough time right now. He's got some family stuff going on, and then there is this fucking broad, man. And he's not on the show, and he's not saying this, so I'll say it. Fucking bananas. Fucking crazy. I don't remember her name. I remember when I saw her. Like, I don't, if I've got something, when it comes to other people's girlfriends, I operate on, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all to the person. But when I met her, she was a walking red flag. When I met her, you know how you can just look in someone's eyes and crazy? But I was happy for my buddy. I was glad he had found somebody. And I'm like, maybe they make it work. It's fine. None of us are fucking normal. So maybe this is all right. But she, I hate to say it. I'm sorry to say it. But I end up being right more often than not. Anyone who's like way too into weed usually ends up being a fucking weirdo. Anyone who like talks about how much they like weed. First of all, it's fucking obnoxious. You're in your 40s. Stop it. Even Snoop Dogg doesn't really talk about it anymore. You're not 17. It's not high school. We're not under the bleachers. So that plus it's in the eyes, man. You can see the red flags in the eyeballs, and she had crazy eyes. She was nice enough. She was fine. But like the first time Johnny told me, oh yeah, she's saying this. And like anyone who plays that game of like telling you it's over just so you'll call them and you'll talk to them, that's not worth saving. You got to let that go. That's a runaway, right away type of thing. So he hangs on to her. She goes back home. Johnny's talking about girls and shit on his podcast in a way that is just him being entertaining. And she gets insecure and she dumps all that on him. And she goes, oh, well, then I guess it's a wrap or whatever she said, or we're pulling the plug. And Johnny did the right thing. She said, we're pulling the plug. Johnny's like, all right, I guess we're done then. All right, cool. And then she starts calling and calling and calling and calling. And he stops answering. And she keeps calling and calling and calling and calling. So he blocks her phone number. Then from a restricted number, calling. He said in total 300 phone calls. 300 phone calls. And then he asks me, should I get the cops involved? I'm like, I don't know. I'm usually on the her end of it. No. I said, no. I said, I don't know. I don't know how you get it to stop. 300 times is a lot. It wouldn't hurt to maybe report this and see what they can do. But he's having a tough time with all this, and he needed a day today. I'm sure he can tell you the rest of the story tomorrow on the show. He'll be back then. I don't know if he's doing his show today or not, but Johnny's just having, Johnny's having a tough one. As far as my life goes and the stuff I've got going on, as you know, I can't say much. Well, that's not true. I can say a lot. I choose not to. I think there's a way to go about these things, and I am enjoying the process, enjoying the way it's working out. I don't understand. It makes me understand less the strategy of going on streams and discussing these things. But late Friday / yesterday, I got some very, very good news. And I'm waiting patiently today and tomorrow. I'm waiting patiently this week for some very interesting news. Put it that way. And I saw some people talking about, I haven't talked about it, but I've seen a lot of people on the internet talking about it, and a lot of their theories about it. And I'm going to move on. I'm going to pivot from this very quickly because I don't want to say too much. A lot of their theories about it may come true very soon. And I'm trying to distract myself in a good way because, again, this is not up to me. They call it representation for a reason. That person is better at this than you. So you let all of your stuff go through that person. Let them handle it. That's what you pay him for. But I'm very, very optimistic but cautiously, because this is a process. I want to let it play out, and I'm trying not to get too excited about possibly exciting things. That's it. Let's call it for today. We're done. We're going to move on. We've got a lot of great stuff to talk about. Let's go into the chat. Nice areolas, Tubby. Thank you, Honky. Snowcat Tish says, maybe it's the way you're sitting, but that shirt and two-tone blue golf shirt really makes you look like you're sporting a B cup. Just saying. You know, I went to the gym yesterday, and we're going back to 4 days a week now for the gym. And again, okay, Johnny's saying not doing my show today, didn't sleep. Okay, so Johnny's going to take a full day today. Okay. But we're going back to 4 days a week in the gym. I felt great yesterday going back to the gym, but I ate too. And I still got 3 pounds to drop off, so we'll see what happens today. Just got to be a good boy. That's all. Just got to be a good boy. Drink lots of water. Eat the right stuff. Keep it light. A sandwich, you know. Don't go fucking crazy and buy garbage. Just take her easy. Let that water weight fall off, buddy. That's what we've got to do. So, yes, today is making tit jokes today. I'm very self-conscious about it. But you're not going to make me hate this shirt. You're not going to make me dislike this shirt. I love this shirt. It's fucking great. This is a beautiful shirt. If you don't like it, you and I are just on polar opposite ends of the shirt spectrum, and I respect that, and that's fine, but you're wrong. Honky says there's got to be at least 20 Tyreek Hills with outstanding warrants. JB Gunner TV says Europa is the greatest movie ever. Oh, fucking Christ. 12 hours about Jews. I mean, Jesus Christ. Cocktiff says, look like the Browns will be able to void Deshaun Watson's contract. My prayers are answered. Wait, how? Because he's being sued? I saw that yesterday. Deshaun Watson. Accused of SA by another woman. Fucking hell. I don't know, man. What? So, Deshaun Watson contract void. New allegations may give Browns the grounds to terminate all of Deshaun Watson's guarantees. Now, I'll tell you this. I don't like this because I don't think just an allegation should be able to take money out of your pocket. That is fucking horseshit. That fucking sucks. That's not right. Even if Deshaun Watson's guilty. But one also can't help but wonder, did the Cleveland Browns do like a Ray Donovan thing where they hired a fixer and a fixer found this woman and said, hey, could you go ahead? Could you do something? Everyone's going to believe you. Just make a quick allegation against Deshaun Watson. We really need to get out from under this contract. Please. Please. George Floyd's family was paid $27 million before the trial was even over, says somebody. Yes. That was horseshit too. That whole city, all the city officials just fucked Derek Chauvin right from Jump Street and gave, let's be honest, that piece of shit, George Floyd's family, $27 million. You see the fucking giant fent rock or meth rock, whatever it is, in his mouth the entire arrest. And then he ended up dropping a couple of tablets in the back of the cop car while he was struggling. I can't choke. I can't choke. He was high off his ass. He wasn't making any fucking sense. Struggling with the police. Even one of the eyewitnesses says, brother, you're going to give yourself a heart attack. And he did. Chips and Diff says Liz Collins might have had a little score to settle with the fall of Minneapolis. Not saying she was wrong, but some spots seemed that way. Well, her husband was the head of the police officers union too, Bob Kroll. So I mean, look, did the documentary makers come at it from a point of view? Yes, but why is it? It just seems to me that that's only ever pointed out when it's a right-wing point of view. Every documentary you watch basically has a left-wing bend, but we don't talk about that. Like Super Size Me, don't get me wrong, Super Size Me is one of the most entertaining documentaries ever made. Super Size Me is complete horseshit. Like start to finish, top to bottom, Morgan Spurlock is a fucking huckster. Like Morgan Spurlock hustled America on that Super Size Me deal. McDonald's is responsible for our obesity. Fuck that, dude. You get a cheeseburger, a small fry, and a small beverage at McDonald's once in a while, you're doing fine. It's these people who go there and eat like 4 cheeseburgers and a large fry and a giant... Yes, you eat that anywhere, it's going to fucking kill you. But like, he made it sound like America's powerless to resist McDonald's and everyone who eats there gets fucking, gigantic and, we're dying because of it. And then his little McDonald's 30-day thing, he edited that so much. Like even the doctors have come out and say, no, that's not how it was. Not at all. So documentaries that have a left-wing bend rarely get called out for it. But if you even say anything that's a little right of center, it's a right-wing documentary. And that's supposed to dispel it. I don't know. It's just another one of those hypocrisies that fucking sucks. Let's go to McBuster. What a fucking coward. Purposely mispronounces my name like Kevin Brennan. Effing gay F-word diddler. Oh, I know who you're talking about. I don't. I know what you're saying. McBuster says more people are making clips of Melton talking about bleeping children. He's trying to entrap Aaron. Play the clip, play the clip. They are, you fat fuck, says McBuster. Yeah, he's really not doing well with this whole thing. He's the tiniest little amount of pressure on this guy, and he fucking crumbles. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. That's what I mean. You just hate to see it. You have good news and better news later this week, says new guy. I've said what I've said. $2 from Poe. He says, crazy eyes, little Nicky, John Weatherspoon. Keep up the good work, buddy. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, I like John Weatherspoon. But why?
Oh, you going all crazy eyed on me. I'll show you some crazy eyes. Look at this. Come on, let's get busy.
Excuse me, sir.
Who?
Does, that flask belong to this man?
Now you gonna call me a thief too? Damn.
Okay.
I mean, thank you. Were we talking about crazy eyes? Was there something about eyes we were talking about? Oh, crazy eyes. The Johnny thing. Okay. Thank you, Poe. Appreciate you starting us off with $2 today. The evening show audience went fucking ape shit at the end. Crunchy cynicism. It's fucking great. Thank you very much, Crunchy. Got you guys down to 300 today. So you guys are good down to, 7 o'clock? Let's get down to 200 by 8 o'clock. We got an hour and a half to do that. I'm feeling good. Throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate your generosity. Thank you, Steel Toe fans. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's see who's going to start it off on the PayPal end, the Venmo end, and the YouTube end. Excited to see. JH says, Aaron, thoughts on the Vince McMahon documentary? I'm excited to watch it. Oh. Fuck. It's fly season, man. You got the kids going in and out of the house, in and out of the house, in and out of the house, letting flies in and shit. I killed 4 of them on Sunday, and I got 1 left. I've got 1 left, and he likes coming around during the show. I'm going to fucking get him today. Fly swatter's upstairs. That's a problem. But I got 1 left, and I'm going to fuck him up. The Vince McMahon documentary, I am very excited for it. Is there any kind of trailer? I know Netflix has it coming out on the 25th, 28th on Netflix. Vince McMahon documentary. Oh, yeah, here's the official trailer.
People have wondered who I really am. Portrayal of me, I'm a bad guy. but no one really knows me.
In the world of professional wrestling,
Vince McMahon.
He's easy to hate.
what you expect,
I don't fight fair.
that's exactly what you're going to get.
They're going to edit the fuck out of this, aren't they? They're going to edit the fuck out of it. Somebody told me at Boxing on Thursday, they said, yeah, Netflix, WWE, and Vince McMahon do not have any editorial rights to this documentary, so they can make it look however they want. I have news for you. Netflix has a broadcasting deal with World Wrestling Entertainment, which is now owned by, you know, the group that owns UFC. And if you don't think they're going to bury the fuck out of this guy to distance him from WWE, to pave the way for Raw to be on Netflix starting, is it in January or is it in October? I don't remember. But they're going to fucking crucify Vince McMahon in this documentary. Not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying that as bad as you can make him look, they're going to make him look that bad. Because they have a vested interest in WWE not being associated with Vince McMahon. So they're going to try and draw that hard line before Raw starts on Netflix and let everybody know it's not this guy's WWE. Fuck him. He's an asshole. Watch our WWE.
It's not my fault that I happen to be a self-made billionaire.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to All American Wrestling. When I bought my dad's business, my vision was to make this mainstream.
Welcome to WrestleMania.
Vince created this huge empire.
Billion-dollar entertainment juggernaut.
He did things no one thought were possible.
Everything he did turned to gold.
There were so many scandals going on.
Wait, Bill Simmons is the executive producer, sports talk guy, Bill Simmons? I like him, but again, I feel like this whole thing is set up as the burial of Vince McMahon. And look, man, like he's done enough stuff to put himself in the crosshairs. Like just that stuff with the women, the employees alone, is really fucked up. But they're gonna, you watch them, they're gonna protect the WWE, and they're gonna string McMahon up on a cross on this one.
Trial for steroids.
90% of the wrestlers are on steroids.
Another dead wrestler.
By the way, Bret Hart is a fucking rat and a half. Bret Hart loves going on these wrestling podcasts and just fucking burying everybody. They did a Who Killed WCW documentary recently. Vice did. And boy, Bret Hart was like a kid on Christmas, just burying the fuck out of Bischoff and Goldberg and Hogan and WCW in general. Oh, boy.
Rocked the very foundation of the WWE. I would accept no responsibility whatsoever.
None whatsoever. They live this lifestyle.
That was, by the way, that HBO interview was one of the most awesome interviews ever, where he just taunted the guy and smacked his papers. That was funny. He had a few testy ones with Bob Costas, too.
Breaking news, Vince McMahon is stepping aside.
The lawsuit accusing him of countless depraved and humiliating acts.
I didn't think the lawsuit could shock me, and I was floored.
When it comes to Vince, a lot of that is a character. He's going to show you what he wants you to see.
That, dude, I remember I was watching then when they did that blowing up the limo thing. Holy shit. That was, they had to abandon that because I think the Benoit thing happened right after. Like the week after McMahon got blown up in the limousine, they had to abandon that storyline because it was in bad taste. They were going to have Vince McMahon, the character, die. And they were going to have to figure out who did it. And I think that was supposed to be a big push for my boy, Mr. Kennedy. Kennedy! And they were going to push him to the moon, being associated with this Vince McMahon limousine blow-up thing. And that all got snake bit because, you know, that little murder-suicide situation down there in Atlanta.
The lines of reality are very blurred in our business. The individual loses all sense of who they really are.
My name is not Vince. My name is Mr. McMahon.
Mr. McMahon, only on Netflix, September 25th. I mean, that's going to be a good watch. That's going to be a really interesting documentary. But, again, I don't think it's going to be a fair interpretation of Vince McMahon. I think it's going to be Netflix going, yeah, so Vince has nothing to do with WWE anymore. By the way, watch Raw exclusively on Netflix in 2025. Vince McMahon, who? We don't know any Vince. Oh, this fucking guy? Yeah, he's awful. TKO owns it now. Not Vince McMahon. He has nothing to do with the current product. They are going to throw him under the bus so hard. Let's go to McBuster. He says, love how cowardly Melton ended his show with yet another veiled HRO threat. Dude, he is doubling down on looking like a complete bitch on this whole thing. For 2 years, he's been chasing me. For 2 years, he's been trying to destroy me. And how poetic that the person he ended up destroying was himself. It's almost like if you don't build anything, if you don't have any actual talent, it all gets exposed in the end. And how, to paraphrase Jake the Snake Roberts, since we're talking about wrestling, and how fitting that the destruction you cover is your own. A victim of your own greed, wallowing in the muck of avarice. Oh, Melton. McBuster says Melton is sweating. Well, he's probably eating. It is breakfast time. He's probably spent the last sleepless week deleting files, putting external hard drives in the microwave. I don't know about that. I have no idea. McBuster is on that shit. But certainly the clips are out there. There's no putting that genie back in the bottle. There's no putting that genie back in the bottle. Now, Deutsch Chad says Netflix is going to try and wokeify wrestling. I don't think so. I think, Triple H hinted at the idea that they might just go balls to the walls once they get on Netflix because there's no restrictions. They can do whatever they want. That would be interesting. Snowcat Tish says Judy Bagwell on a poll. The writing killed WCW. I don't care what anyone says. I think that merger between AOL and Time Warner killed WCW because that whole company didn't want to be associated with wrestling. They were going to try and get rid of that no matter what. I mean, the Vince Russos of the world didn't help. But that merger, they kind of looked down their nose at professional wrestling. And I think it was Kevin Nash who said, they didn't want to go to the Cable Ace Awards and talk to all their executive buddies and say, hey, what's your biggest thing? And you say wrestling. They wanted to jack themselves off over a movie of the week and not talk about us. I can't do a very good Kevin Nash. Of course, Will Sasso does an incredible Kevin Nash. You're like, I never had a problem with the Dudleys. And it is the perfect Kevin Nash impression, too, because everybody he talks about, he's like, I never had a problem with Mick Foley. I mean, that's a pretty good Kevin Nash at this point. McBuster says Melty Files' last show was an hour of him making excuses about how he doesn't want to bleep bleep. He really doesn't want to bleep bleep. It's so insane, bleep bleep. Meanwhile, did he talk about, see, here's my thing about him. Yesterday, he's going through all this stuff that, people say he can't help himself. He keeps talking about kids in a weird way. And then before he even gets on the air, his description of his show is about my children. Look, man, the guy can't help himself. And again, chasing me for 2 years to try and grab a sliver of anything resembling an audience on the internet has cost him everything. And again, I'm here for it. JB Gunner TV says the minute Ted Turner lost his power, it was over. Yeah, because Ted Turner in WCW, he was the wrestling fan. He was the wrestling guy. And once he didn't have any power at AOL Time Warner and he became a figurehead, they just all went, well, fuck it, we're getting rid of this now. And that's exactly what they did. Dash starting us off over on YouTube today with $3. Thank you, Dash. So now we're just looking for someone to start us off on PayPal and Venmo today. Those are the only engines that haven't started. Thank you guys very much. It's $300 today. The evening show audience helped you out a little last night. Crunchy Cynicism especially. And if you want to get us down to 200 by 8 o'clock, then we're going to have ourselves a very smooth morning. Just keep knocking it down $100 at a time, and we're going to take care of this thing. All right, let's get into the Tyreek Hill body cam footage, shall we? I'm having a fuck, but thank you to whoever brought up the Vince McMahon documentary, by the way, because that is, I'm very excited to watch it, and we're about 2 weeks away, so 2 weeks from Wednesday, that documentary comes out. Treetop Armadillo nails it about Patrick Melton. He said, it's so weird when the LOL content thinks it's the talent. I agree. And Patrick never really learned that lesson. He thought that just, watching us, covering us incessantly, and quite frankly, doing a very boring job of it, he thought that was going to somehow work out in his favor. And it bit him completely in the ass. And it's fun to watch. I wish that I didn't like it so much. It's a guilty pleasure of mine. Potentially Criminal, the one and only Sean from Potentially Criminal with $2 says nobody likes harassment orders. I have absolutely no comment on those. I think a very, very valid part of the justice system. I will say this. When you spend 2 years doing nothing but talking about a guy and his family and his children, and then the minute other people, not me, but the minute other people start pulling clips of you and showing what a fucking creep you are, you then spurg out and come to me and go, I'm going to talk to a lawyer about an HRO on you. You've completely lost the plot and you've just fucked yourself in the eyes of everyone. Because if the part of the internet that loves A-logging people, covering them end to end, day after day, can't stop, those people also hate people being pussies and fucking involving, lawyers and HROs and shit like that. They also see through the fact that you've been doing nothing but harassing people for the last 2 years. And now the second that person you're harassing just covers what other people are saying about you, you go, I'm going to call a lawyer on him. People turn on you because they see that you're being a bitch. A huge bitch. Let's go ahead and get into this Tyreek Hill body cam. Now, I haven't watched the whole thing. I watched the first minute yesterday, and I went, ooh, this is good. Let's for the show tomorrow. For the show. It is kind of what you thought. If you were one of these people who thought, wait, Tyreek Hill, all we saw and all we ever see at first is Tyreek Hill splayed out on the ground with a cop's knee in his back. And he was going, I can't choke. I got COVID. Mama. I'm sorry. You know what? That was me. I was watching The Fall of Minneapolis last night. Wrong guy. So Tyreek Hill is driving a fucking cop magnet of a sweet car. Don't get me wrong. But he gets pulled over for speeding and reckless driving. And it ends with him face down in the pavement with a knee in his back being detained by officers. Now, something inside of me screamed out, there's definitely going to be more to this. And it's probably that Tyreek Hill was being a fucking asshole and was resisting the police's attempt to, make this a basic fucking traffic stop in Miami. And guess what? It turns out that Tyreek Hill was being a fucking asshole to the police. I don't know if people just haven't learned this yet. The police are not there to argue with you. And certainly, when have you ever seen police accountability? So even if you think they're wrong and they're being assholes, which I'm just looking at the car, he was fucking speeding. But let's say that it's bullshit. Then, you know what? Be indignant. Be an asshole. But give them your license. Give them your registration. You've got it. By the way, this was like 2 hours before the game. You've got a fucking game to get to, a block away from the stadium. Even if you were driving so fast that they want to impound your car or whatever, you fucking walk to the stadium, worry about it later. You make, what does Tyreek Hill make, $30 million a year? You're going to be all right. So, you know, dig through the fucking seats of your car. You'll find enough to pay the ticket. So, Tyreek, I never understand what the end game is. By when a cop goes license and registration, you go, fuck you, I didn't do anything. This isn't the, you see that guy with the Batman tool belt on? He's not the guy you argue that with, because never in the history of cops has a cop gone up to a guy's window and the guy goes, I didn't fucking do anything. And the cop goes, you know what? You're right. My bad. I'm going to fuck off. Doesn't happen. So Tyreek Hill gets pulled over and he ends up with the knee in the back. Let's check this out. By the way, interesting how quickly we get the body cam on this one, huh? God bless Miami and their sunshine law. Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I did see someone yesterday said to me, Aaron, when do we see the body cam of your arrest? I wouldn't mind that. I know there's someone on there that doesn't want to be, you know, shown or whatever, and I respect that. I would hold out on that. But like my body, actually, it's kind of fun, you know, because it's me. So I'm putting my shoes on in the entryway, getting ready to leave to go to the old cop shop, right? And a flashlight shines in my door and the doorbell goes off. I'm like, fuck. And I answer the door and the guy goes, are you, no, I don't even think he said anything. I went, dude, I'm just on my way. I'm getting in the car right now. He goes, yeah, but I have to take you, Bubba. Like, I think I even said, I go, you want to follow me? And he's like, no, I got to take him. I'm like, okay, cool. And the guy was really awesome. He let me go get my phone and my wallet and put my socks on. You really just see me gathering my shit. You see me putting my shoes on, and then you see me kind of making small talk with the officer. And then he was really, really cool. Officer Toma, Thoma, really good guy. And he walked me down the road. Like, he parked away from my neighbors. He parked down the street, multiple houses. And we walked out, you know, my hands free, and we walked out. And he's like, I parked down here. When we get to the car, I'm just going to pat you down real quick. I'm going to put the cuffs on in front of you, away from your neighbors and everything. And blah, blah. I'm like, all right, well, you know, cool, awesome. And he puts them on nice and loose and, you know, puts them on in front, and I can, you know, move around and everything. And, you know, I said, do you mind if I, you know, send off a couple of texts, you know, let people know I'm okay, and send off an email to my lawyer, this whole thing? He goes, yeah, sure, that's fine. I reach in my pocket, do that. And then we get to the jail, and we have to wait until they unlock the door, give us the green light, the whole thing. And it's just me and him joking around. Like I said to him, I go, so just let me clear one thing up, because I've never done this before. I go, open bar in there, right? and he laughs, and he's like, no, open bar. I'm sorry. I go, you know what? That's okay. I go, cash bar is fine too. And we're joking about, you know, the people in there being lazy and all this other shit. And it's just, you know, just silly, killing time kind of stuff. And then we go in, and, you know, all the people that are there to, you know, take me in, they go, oh, wow, you're winning best dress today. And I'm like, oh, thank you very much. You know, I'm wearing a dress shirt and slacks and a coat, you know, jacket, whatever. And that's pretty much it. That's my body cam. It was pretty upbeat, pretty jovial, the whole deal. So to the people who are like, when are we going to see Aaron's body cam? I think there's like 3 parties that would have to be okay with it. Or we could blur out one party. I don't know. But for my part of it, that would be fine. I have no issue with that. If people want to see it, you're going to be disappointed. Especially if you think I'm the world's biggest piece of shit. Like, you're going to be disappointed by it. Sorry.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why do you have it on?
That seems a bit overkill, the 4 motorcycles, but at the same time, like, I've been pulled over by multiple vehicles for a speeding ticket. I had a speeding ticket one time. It was one of my tickets this year where 3 or 4 fucking vehicles showed up. I was doing like 45 and a 35, which I still don't think I was. But 45 and a 35. And there were 4 fucking cop cars there, all to give me a speeding ticket. That's the one where I went, "It's your world, boss." Because it took him for fuck ever for this thing. So he starts talking to Tyreek Hill, like, "Why don't you have your seatbelt on?" and all that shit. And then Tyreek Hill just rolls up the window on him. All right, so he's being an asshole. And by the way, you see the stadium right there. Hard Rock Stadium that Miami plays in. So you just got to take your fucking ticket, call her a day, and then get to the stadium and play some football.
Keep your window down.
Look at the cop. Tyreek Hill rolls the window down, and the cop just looks back at the other cop. He's like, "What the fuck? What do I do?" And it's funny, like, these guys have guns and tasers and fucking collapsible batons, and just a guy rolling up his window is enough to make the cop go, "Bro, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do now?" He just rolled up his window.
Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro. Get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro. Break that freaking window. Get out of the car.
Holy shit. All right. I mean, it's a little aggressive, guys. We'll break the fucking window. Hey. There is something to that whole misplaced rage of not being what you wanted to be, or like maybe like the failed jock becoming a cop. There's a lot of that energy in a lot of these guys. There are some cops who just want to kick somebody's fucking ass legally. I don't think it's the majority of them, but I think it's a healthy number that when they get in situations like this, they're like, maybe this is the time I get to fucking hit somebody. That'd be great. I mean, you know, things like domestic abuse and shit. Higher percentage among law enforcement. There's some smoke there. I'm not talking. Uh-oh. That came out of nowhere. Usually I can mute myself for the sneezes. I apologize. But this guy coming in out of nowhere will break the fucking window. Bro, take her easy.
Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro. Get out of the car. Give me your ass, bro. Break that freaking window. Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out.
Nice fucking door, bro. Tyreek Hill's got a sweet ride. He's got a nice car. He's being a dick, rolling up the window on the cop. But they definitely escalated this pretty quick. But I mean, he is being uncooperative. I don't know.
Get out. Get out. Get out. What part of law don't you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested. I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out.
Drew, is he on the... Oh, this is awesome. Is he on the phone with Drew Rosenhaus? Please tell me that Drew Rosenhaus is his fucking agent. That would be awesome. If fucking Tyreek Hill is on the phone with his agent when he gets arrested. That is great. Tyreek Hill's agent. Please tell me, who is Tyreek Hill's agent? Drew Rosenhaus, the shark. I'm getting arrested. So it's like, it is kind of in a way, Tyreek Hill being like, "Oh, I got pulled over by the police. Quick, somebody call my Jew." Oh, that's awesome. That's a movie scene right there.
Bro, God damn, twin. When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand?
I'm getting out.
You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you. You're a little fucking confused.
I'm getting out, bro.
Too late. Too late.
Nice fucking gang tattoos on the hand, bro. The fucking police roster that thin that we're like, we need the guys with the full sleeves. Because they're usually not a problem.
All right, bro, take me to jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro.
We are. We will.
Good, bro.
It is good.
Hey,
don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. You stop crying.
Bro, y'all.
Don't move.
Good. Bro, you beating on my window like you crazy.
Just set him up.
Why y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy for? Damn, yo, bro, dude, beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin. Damn.
Hey, don't park there.
Yeah. See, there's the problem. You got those fucking batwing doors. You got a guy on the ground. Everybody's gawking. Everybody's stopping to check it out. And I'm sure in Miami, you know what Tyreek Hill looks like. Like me, I kind of know what Tyreek Hill looks like. I'm not a big Dolphins fan. I'm a Vikings fan. Like if it was Justin Jefferson, I could pick him out though. Unfortunately, like in a lot of towns in America, it'd just be like, it's a black guy. But in Miami, they probably know, like, holy shit, man, I'm watching Tyreek Hill get fucking handcuffed. Right that minute, there were a lot of people, like, changing their bets on the game and like, fuck, I shouldn't have taken that Dolphins with the over parlay. God damn it. They're thinking, oh, man, I better get Tyreek Hill out of my starting lineup on fantasy. God damn it. He ended up playing, scored a touchdown, did a fun little celebration where he had his teammate fake handcuff him. It was kind of fun.
Park there.
Hey. Hold on, bro. I just had surgery on my knee.
Oh,
I just had surgery on my knee, bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro.
I just had surgery in your ears when we told you.
This guy is a fucking problem. This guy's a ticking time bomb. This guy's gonna, if he doesn't have complaints already on him, this guy's a walking lawsuit machine. Like he's wound a little too tight. Is this hand tattoo guy, or is this will break your fucking window guy, or is he the same dude? Either way, this guy is definitely not part of the de-escalation program for the Miami Police Department or Miami-Dade County Police. I don't know. It seems like they kind of jumped to ripping him out of the car pretty quickly. But again, Tyreek Hill just fucking rolls up the window on him, and he kind of pulls Ken Jeong, kind of the toodaloo motherfucker. Like he kind of just. You don't get to do that when you're getting pulled over for speeding. You don't just get to go, guys. You know what? I'm a split.
Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Hey, Joe New, bro.
Back up.
Hey, call Drew. Hey, call Drew. Call Drew, bro. Hey, call Drew, bro. Hey, what? Hey.
I love this.
Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey.
Agents at that level, like Drew Rosenhaus level, kind of are almost like gangsters. In a way, like call Drew, he'll fix it, and you know what? He probably will.
I'm not doing nothing. What am I doing that's wrong?
Hey, listen.
Take it back in the Hey, listen. Hey, man, they got Tyreek. Hey. The cops over here beating on him, man. They over here beating on Tyreek, man.
See, now that's how shit gets started. They beating on Tyreek. They're not beating on Tyreek. I mean, they're being a little aggressive. I will say that. The cops kind of... They jumped to ripping his ass out of the car right away. These cops were not fucking around. But at the same time, like the cops, they beating on Tyreek. I mean, they're not.
Don't park there, man. Just get in the car.
Hey, Drew, you gotta come, man.
Just get in the car.
Right up the side, on the side of the
Hey, get in the car.
Don't talk to me like that. You're gonna get fucked up when you realize I'm Mark Super Duper. It's like old Dolphins keep coming. You're gonna realize you fucked up when you realize I'm Keith Byers. When you motherfucker, when you find out that I'm Patrick Surtain, you gonna realize you done fucked up, blood. Man, you ain't even know I'm Ricky Williams, bitch.
You're parked in the middle of the street.
I'm in the car.
You gotta go before you get a ticket.
Hey, I'm not in the car.
Who's the driver? This is my car.
All right. Yo, I'm Mark Clayton, motherfucker. I'm trying to think of more 90s Dolphins. It's difficult. Man, you're going to have it fucked up when you realize I'm Jay Ajayi.
All right, I'll take that. You gotta move right now. Let me have your license. You're gonna take it too. I'm coming. Let me have your license. You're gonna take it. Let me have your license. I'm leaving. I'm not playing. Let me have your license. Leaving. Yo, what's your license right now? What's going on?
These Miami-Dade cops, usually when someone's being difficult, I'm siding with the cops in these little traffic stops like this, but these guys are fucking mental patients too, though. There is no threat to their safety in this whole thing. This is clearly a wealthy man trying to get another wealthy man to call his agent. And these guys are like, give me your fucking license right now. It's like, fucking stop, all right? Let's try to get this whole thing taken care of and move the fuck on. You've got Tyreek Hill in handcuffs. Give him the fucking ticket. Let's call it a day. Police chief's going to be on their ass. He's going to be like, you know how much money you almost cost me? I'm a degenerate gambler. And if Tyreek Hill would have got hurt or he would have missed that game, first of all of Miami would have turned on these cops if Tyreek Hill got hurt during this whole thing. Oh, my God, would they would be getting some emails.
Your license right now. You're not going to give me your license?
Get in the car and leave.
You're not going to give me your license? I'm leaving. Let me have your license. Your license right now.
Sir,
hey, your license right now.
I'm leaving.
Or I'm going to lock you up. Your license right now.
Fucking Latino cops don't fuck around either. I mean, yeah. One thing I resent is this idea that it's like, oh, these white cops, they're I mean, this guy is being a fucking head case too.
Your license right now. You're dealing with me now.
Sir.
Your license right now.
Fuck. Yeah, I don't know, man. Tyreek Hill was not the most cooperative guy in the world, but those cops do seem like they were looking for problems. I don't know. I don't think that I don't think that Tyreek Hill handled it well, but those cops were fucking dicks, man. Nana's Clam says, misplaced rage, huh? Definitely has nothing to do with dealing with Tyreek Hills all day, every day. I mean, well, that's part of it too. That's part of it too. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, imagine being worth $120 million and getting ripped out of your car by Juan Espinosa, power-hungry second-generation Cuban. I can understand why he might not have understood him over that McLaren engine, right? Cocktiff says, Kansas City got tired of this guy's shit too. Yeah, Stop Big Troon says they have one move. Beat your ass. Don't ask them to see it. I mean, I don't, look. Both instances. I don't understand the rolling up the window. I don't understand just, like, not handing over the license, taking the ticket, whatever. But at the same time, man, that one cop especially came out of nowhere and he's like, roll down the fucking window or I'll kick your ass. Like, they're just, like, he's just after it. I'll break your fucking window. Woo. Boy. Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, are you kidding me? Once they announced they released him, I took the over on Hill receiving yards and it hit. Attaboy. I fucking hate living in Minnesota. We can't do sports betting or anything. Like, and I'm not like a degenerate gambler. If I was able to use like the MGM app and do sports betting in Minnesota, it would be probably every Sunday I'd put $50 down on different bets. Nothing crazy. A 5 here, a 10 there. Probably not even 50. $20. Take the Vikings every week. Hey, take the money line. We win 10 games. I win money. Victor Vic says he could have done better, but in his defense, he wanted to call his lawyer before interacting with cops. Well, no, he was calling his agent, Drew Rosenhaus. Well, I mean, Rosenhaus. He might be a lawyer too. Annoyed Wawa supervisor. Oh, I'm sorry. I already read that one. Apologies, buddy. Unsurprisingly, I'm sorry, Fauci's Pangolin says you can take law-abiding citizens out of the hood. Annoyed Wawa, let's go with him again. He says that guy is just mad that his wife refuses to let him use his dishwasher for anything but storage and takes it out on everyone else. He says that's a really funny Cuban joke. I don't know Cuban jokes. I'm sorry. Zenman Builds. Chevy fan, how do you not speed in that car? Right. If you're driving the speed limit in that car, you're a douche. Zenman Build says the National Felon League will get him out of it and a cool settlement payment. Fauci's Pangolin says, wow, Hill is intelligent. Well, look, these guys don't get paid on IQ. Jesus. He would have just had a ticket, said Sam Show. Yeah, dude, it would have been like a $150, $200 speeding ticket, and he would have been out the door. He probably could have paid it in cash right there. Nope. Had to be a cunt about it. Hulkamasha Baby says, you know how many rich, young douchebags Miami cops pull over? Yeah, they're strung tight. Oh, yeah, that's one thing we learned about Miami-Dade cops. They are wound tight. You know, I'm sure after this video, less people fuck with Miami-Dade cops. Let's go to, Chips and Diff. Chips and Diff, that would be funny. I'm Don Shula, motherfucker. Are you sure? You don't look like him. Von Kaiser, yeah. I'm Richie Incognito, like, why you pulling over my... If you don't know, Richie Incognito was a giant, retarded, white offensive lineman who was in a bar dancing around a pool table yelling, Mike Pouncey, N-word, Mike Pouncey, N-word. Please tell me we have the Mike Pouncey line from Richie Incognito. That was fuck. And then, like, because of that video, people forgot that Richie Incognito was a really good offensive lineman and he couldn't get a job anywhere. I don't give a shit what he yelled in a bar once. He's a football player. Richie Incognito Pouncey. God, don't wipe this from the internet. God, I just want to see Richie Incognito police footage. He got arrested? Richie Incognito voicemail uncensored? Fun.
Hey, what's up? You half-nigger piece of shit.
Oh, my God. Richie. I'm Richie Incognito, motherfucker. Quit pulling over my Tyreek Hill.
I saw you on Twitter. You've been training 10 weeks. I want to come in your fucking mouth.
I thought those were my voicemails from Nick they were playing. Jesus. Sorry. I got confused for a second.
Your fucking mouth. I'm gonna slap your fucking mouth. I'm gonna slap your real mother across the face. Fuck you. You're still a rookie. I'll kill you.
Oh, that was that second round pick that fucking snitched on Richie Incognito when he was doing some rookie bullying. I remember that. What was that guy's name? That fucking snitch. That fucking rat who snitched on Richie Incognito. God damn it, I can't remember his name. Somebody in the chat will have it. Oh, man. I wish I could remember. He was a second-round pick, and Richie Incognito just wrote. Jonathan Martin. Thank you, Annoyed Wawa Supervisor. Jonathan Martin. That was his name. And he's like, and I just got bullied in football. And like he would call his mom. He would complain to his mom that Richie Incognito was being mean to him. You know how hard I would fucking laugh if one of my teammates called me and left a message like that? I'd laugh my dick off. That would be hilarious. But I guess that's uncouth now, I suppose. Can't, what's the world coming to? Can't call people half an N-word anymore. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, and there was one where Richie Incognito was at a bar with Mike Pouncey, who's black, and he's jumping around like a fucking rhinoceros, and he's like, Mike Pouncey, and just shouting the N-word in a bar. Richie Incognito seems like he's a good fucking time, to be honest with you. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Jonathan Martin, someone who actually should have called his lawyer about an HRO. Yeah, I mean, maybe. But also, like, you get into sports, and that's how locker rooms are. They bully rookies. You know, it seems fine. Stephen A. Smith about to go apeshit on First Take on the Miami police today. Yeah, I wish we could watch that. Maybe we'll watch it before the debate on the evening show tonight. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says the Pouncey brothers were also fucking problems. Yeah, they were a bit iffy too. You're right. You got a point there. Let's go to Milton's BMI, throwing us a bunch of money over on YouTube today. Thank you guys for contributing. Get us down to 200 by 8 o'clock, and boy, are we on a great track for today. We still, I haven't checked yet, but I think nothing in Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo. So let's go ahead and christen that for the day. YouTube seems well christened. We got some Rumble action as well. Thank you guys for that. $5 from Milton's BMI says, when did they let gang members with neck tats be cops? Dude, that's what I was thinking. Like, one guy's got them all over his hands. The other one's got neck tats. You got to remember, police forces around the country have been losing numbers, so they're probably lowering the bar. Thanks, George Floyd. Milton's BMI with another $5 says, most cops are bad. There is no such thing as a few bad apples. Cops make every situation worse. Oink, oink. Just what Milton would say. $5 from Milton's BMI says, Aaron, you're wrong. Those cops don't care about football. Grand Poobah with $2 says, Officer Tony Montana, don't fool around. He really, that guy was not fucking around. Give me your fucking license. The one cop goes, get out of here. The other cop, give me your fucking license, SA. KF Sage with $5 says, can we talk about the other monkeys? Oh, boy. What now? 285 away from today. I'm going to click this link, but I cannot endorse. 285 away from today. Like I said, let's rally up and take this thing down to 200 by the top of the hour. Thank you guys very much. What do we have from Sage? Springfield, Ohio. Oh, have you guys heard about what's going on in Springfield, Ohio? We talked about this on the evening show yesterday. Fucking Haitians are, that's a weird way to start it. But Haitians are coming over. The government is sending them to Springfield, Ohio, because, again, they're trying to turn red states blue. And Ohio is becoming overwhelmingly red. It used to be a swing state. Now it's just safe red every time. And, you know, Democrats' strategy is, why don't we hook and crook this thing? Why don't we try to manipulate? Why don't we try to fix and rig things to our favor instead of trying to figure out what people want and then trying to give it to them? Democrats are, I mean, they are the group of people who are like, we're right, fuck all of you people, you're too stupid to know what's good for you, so we're not going to change. We're going to try and create a situation where we're going to win no matter what, and we get to impose our will on you, whether you like it or not. So what they do is they bring, no offense, but they bring dumb people into this country, promise them driver's license, promise them money, promise them goodies and freebies, and then say, all you got to do is vote for us. It's like Tammany Hall in Gangs of New York just handing bowls of soup to the Irish as they get off the boat. And like, vote Tammany Hall, vote Tammany Hall. It's the most corrupt fucking thing, and it's totally legal. They just give these Haitian immigrants and the, Somali refugees and all these people, they just give them money, they give them food stamps, they give them places to live, cars, the whole deal. And then in exchange, it's here, vote Democrat. And do they move them into New York? No. They move them into Texas. They move them into Ohio. They move them into central Minnesota, where they can tip the scales. Instead of going, wow, the American people really don't fucking like us. Maybe we should change. Nope, let's get more dumb people in here to vote. And when I say dumb people, I'm talking about people who don't know how this shit works. People who come from Haiti. It's not their fault. They don't know any better. And they just, I mean, look, I'd take the deal. If I were a fucking Haitian and you're starving and you're in one of the poorest, most corrupt countries of all times where leaders getting murdered is not exactly a weird thing to have happen, yeah, I would take the fucking freebies, no doubt. And I'd vote for whoever they told me to vote for. But it's just this thing where they fuck over Americans, they screw them over, sell them down the river just so they can have power. It's really gross. Like, I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. But Democrats are, in my opinion, as I look at both of them, I find Republicans to be stupid. I find Democrats to be evil. I really do, because they're manipulative, they're passive about it, they're shitty. Republicans are dumb, because Republicans are like, truth, justice, and the American way, and we can win this thing straight up. No, you can't. You've got to cheat, you dumb motherfucker. You've got to treat us like we're idiots. The Republicans will say shit like, we need to believe in the honor and integrity of the American people. That is a losing play, dude. You need to treat us like we are double-digit IQ retards. You know why? A lot of us are. And you got to trick and cheat us, and that's how you gain power, unfortunately. But let's check this out. Springfield, Ohio it's a town of like 60,000 people, and they've put 20,000 Haitian refugees in there. And they're legit like eating cats and eating ducks and like there was some black guy we were playing yesterday, 2 minutes. He's talking to the city council like, why don't you city council people get down here and see what the fuck is going on? They can't drive. They eating cats. They eating ducks, cutting ducks' heads off in the park and shit. And now you got this guy talking to Wish.com Dave Smith about what's going on in, I was going to say Haiti, but Springfield, Ohio.
When they walk down through here and they say something in their language, I'd be like, go on down the road, you fucking sand monkey.
Jesus Christ, you guys. Fucking, you gotta warn me about that shit. I almost died via Red Bull asphyxiation. Oh my God. Wow. So I don't mean to pry into people's personal lives, but I need to know, who's this guy voting for? Holy shit, was I not ready for that. Imagine not only saying that, but then like someone holding like that's something that people get caught saying on a hidden camera. This guy had a microphone put in his face knowing it's being recorded, and he just out with it.
When they walk down through here and they say something in their language, I'd be like, go on down the road, you fucking sand monkey. And that's what I say to them.
You say it straight to their face?
Straight to their face. I mean, why beat around the bush?
Good question, sir. Why beat around the bush? Oh my God, guys, you understand this video is 3 minutes long. Oh, fuck, is this going to get bad?
Okay, what do they say to that?
They don't say nothing. I don't understand them. They don't, I guess apparently they don't understand me, but I'm trying to learn our
Really? By the way, Haitians speak French because they were slaves of the French.
See them trying to
just like you ask people, it's always fun to ask people, hey, you know what they speak in Brazil? Got to ask somebody that this weekend. You get to be kind of one of those know-it-all cunts. It's kind of gay, but it's fun. Hey, you know what they speak in Brazil? People are like, I don't fucking know. Brazilian? I mean, no, Portuguese. And then you go, because the Portuguese, they were a colony for years and years. And then people, like, you think that you're so smart, but people look at you and they go, okay, fucking cool, loser. Bye.
Learn English and assimilate to the American culture?
No, I don't. But, it's just, it gets old, man. I mean, there's 12 motherfucking Haitians that live there, and there's another 7 or 8 lives right here in this corner house.
I'll knock on that door, yeah.
And 4 of them just moved in here. They ain't in there yet, but they're going to be in there next week.
So you're going to be the minority very shortly if you already are.
We already are the minority.
Yeah. What would you say the percentage currently is of Haitians to OG, original Springfieldians?
You mean percentage-wise?
Yeah.
Probably them 60%, that's 40.
Okay.
It's
Are they eating cats in the neighborhood? Is that real?
Man, I heard that.
Okay, look. This guy knows what he's doing. He knows who he's got as his interview subject. Wish.com Dave Smith. And, like, if you tell this guy, hey, are they eating cats? If this guy's heard that rumor, he's not rejecting it out of hand. He's like, all right, sounds good to me.
The white double right there. They had 6 chickens in their backyard a month ago. 6 walking around fucking chickens, and they ain't none back there now.
I wonder what happened. Where'd those chickens go?
Now there's over 20,000 of them, and they're every fucking where. They take our...
All right. Who had this guy having mixed race babies at his house on their bingo card? I certainly did not have that. The way this interview started, I did not see this guy having a Mexican baby at his house. That surprised the shit out of me.
Fucking apartments that, the landlords make the people move out so they can rent to the Haitians to get more money. You know, it's bullshit. You know, you go to the grocery store, there's no fucking groceries. You know, they give them $3,000 a fucking month plus food stamps. I mean, I'm an American.
Yep.
Just like you.
Yeah.
And these motherfuckers come from Haitianville, wherever the fuck they're from.
Okay. Can we just get a weekly update on the neighborhood from this guy? They come from Haitianville. They come from Haitian. Thank you, KF Sage, for sending this in.
And they get everything. They get they get medical care paid and everything. You know, it's bullshit, man. I mean, if you want to.
How long do I have to live in Haiti to get this deal? I'll stream from Haiti. Wow. You think Haiti's got reliable Wi-Fi? Should probably check into that. Should we go on realtor.com and look up houses in Haiti? I can't fucking imagine. I can't imagine how much you could get a really nice house for in Haiti.
In my opinion, they're worthless. Bunch of worthless fucking sand monkeys.
Jesus, you already said that part.
There's thousands of you motherfuckers over here. Why are you scared? If you're scared, go home. Go back to where you come from.
They're saying the Haitians are scared.
Yeah.
But no one told them to come here.
Nobody told you to come here, motherfucker. Pack up and leave. You know?
That's not true. I bet you people told them to come here. I bet you they had donkey logos on their jacket, too. People told them to come here, believe you me. Hey, buddy, they know that Springfield and Ohio in general is full of people like you who vote. That's why the Haitians are there. And they're going to get them refugee status, so they're not illegal. And they're going to fast track them to citizenship, and they're going to get them voting in the next 4 years. Believe me, there's a reason they're doing this. Here's what they don't understand. You give Haitians a generation of being here, and they're not going to like a lot of that social shit that Democrats want to do. So you hope you can pay them off, and that buys their loyalty.
I mean, it's invasion of our fucking freedom, man. I mean, you know, we get nothing because they give it all to them.
I heard there were rumors of Haitians eating the neighbor's cats and a Canadian goose. Is that true or completely false?
He said they come here to work. They
I
don't
see.
eat cat, and they don't. He don't know what they're talking about.
Okay.
He don't eat cat.
When did this all begin? When did you start noticing?
See, he talked to a Haitian, and that Haitian had someone on the phone who said, nah, we're not eating cats. That's crazy.
Haitians come in. Where's the conflict?
They started coming in around the beginning of March.
Okay.
You know, and there wasn't that many of them, a couple thousand.
Do you think you're
Dr. G. David Schultz looks terrible nowadays.
treated equally and fairly in that regard?
No, not at all. Not at all. I did it just on the spur of the moment. You know, I went down to the Job and Family Services just to see what I could get.
Yeah.
They want to give me $76 a month.
And they're
righteous bucks, dude. That's a tank of gas. There you go.
Giving the Haitian families how much a month?
$1,500 plus $3,000 a month in cash.
Nice.
And I can't get but $76. That's $2 a fucking day to eat. I weigh 300 fucking pounds. What's the fuck?
I mean, look, he's self-aware too.
What's $2 a day gonna do for me?
Nothing. It's a Slim Jim.
That's it. It is.
Yeah.
It's a fucking Slim Jim.
Sure.
Now he's hungry. Now he's like, oh, fucking Slim Jim. I mean, now that you put it that way, I mean, a Slim Jim a day. Holla at your boy. I don't know, man. I just, that Haiti thing, it's very clear what they're doing. I mean, they're trying to turn a red state blue without having to actually do anything. It's right there. It's out in the open. It's plain to see. Joe Smash with $5 says, this clip is gold. More stuff like this, please. Well, you're not going to have to ask me for more stuff like this. I mean, they continue fucking around in Haiti like they are. You're going to see more videos like this. Coltrane with $1 says, puts in quotes, great replacement isn't real. You know, yeah, you can't have it both ways. Democrats don't get to monopolize the conversation that much. You don't get to sit there and throw 33% of the population of Springfield, Ohio in as Haitian refugees. And then when people say, I feel like they're replacing all of us, you know, you don't get to go, oh, well, look at this right-wing conspiracy that we're just trying to replace them. Yes, right into this redneck Povertyville where nobody's going to fucking like you, dear. There you go. And by the way, here's your voter registration card. Yeah, get in there. Absolutely. Oh, here's a bunch of welfare and food stamps. There you go. No, get on in there. You're good. No. We're literally going to take this family of white or black Americans and just move them out into the street. And we're going to move you in, and we're going to give this landlord way more government benefits to house you. And we're just, yeah. So the landlords and the government types, they'll make out like bandits on this. But yeah, we're just going to kick white and black Americans, poor white and poor black Americans out of their homes and just put you in there. But don't worry, if anyone says this is about a great replacement, we're just going to call them racist. It'll be fine. God damn. Another $1 from Coltrane says, I can bet they do eat cats and ducks. They eat fucking dirt cookies. Yeah. The dirt cookie thing, that was a weird thing to learn. That was that they just mix and then watching the kids eat them and it fucks up their teeth and everything else. Ugh. Bigot on socialist media says these cunts getting more than a lot of people with full-time jobs. Well, I always I don't really know if it's productive to blame the Haitians. I mean, what are they doing? They're coming from the biggest shithole on earth and someone's handing them a bunch of free shit. What are they supposed to do? Go, oh, no, that's not right. You should give it to the people who are already living there. Like, no. They're going to be like, oh, and I can start a duck farm in my backyard? Sounds good to me. How much do you want to bet, like, those Haitians that had chickens in their yard didn't get hassled by the government at all? But if you had chickens in your backyard, they would be over and be like, there's a city ordinance against livestock in backyards and shit like that. I bet you it's a whole different level of treatment. Guarantee. Guys, we are at 280 for today. Throw in on PayPal, throw in on Streamlabs. Let's get down to 200 by 8 o'clock to keep the Beggy Monster away, the Beggy Man away. If you're enjoying today's show, think about throwing in 5, 10, 15, 20 bucks, whatever you feel comfortable giving. Becoming a VIP for $250, getting a bunch of shit. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's knock out that 280. Let's just, knock it down piecemeal. Let's get it down to 200 by 8 o'clock. And that keeps the Beggy Man away. And I appreciate that. So a nice little rally here if you've enjoyed this show we've been doing with no interruption. Again, consider clicking one of the links. Nothing on Streamlabs, PayPal, or Venmo yet today. So that's something to consider. Let's start that off. Thank you to the YouTube people. Thank you to the Rumble people. We appreciate it. Get in there, contribute a couple bucks to the old toe, and let's take that 280. We started at 300 today. The evening show got you off to a great start. Go ahead and knock that down, and then I don't have to do this gay, fucking gross, icky part throughout the show. New Hampshire's governor was, I think, John Sununu? Governor Sununu in New Hampshire. This is, like, when you're the governor of Texas, you have, like, real decisions to make, like immigration, what to do at the border. California, a lot of responsibility, how you're going to shift the homeless people from this neighborhood to that neighborhood this month, or how you're going to waste billions of fucking dollars. Or the latest thing in California is that they're dropping their bid to give black people reparations money because instead they're now shifting to they want to give illegal immigrants $150,000 a piece to buy a house. I think that's punishment because black people are starting to vote Republican more. So they're going, well, we'll fix you. No reparations for you. We're going to give it all to the illegal Mexicans that we're going to get to vote for us for a couple of years until they realize that we tax the piss out of them once they start making money. Then we're going to give them all your money instead. Coltrane with $1 says, we thought the great replacement was just to replace white people. Turns out it's to replace Americans. Yeah. I mean, that's just it. Like, people forget, like, some of the people who are being replaced first are poor blacks. Because the neighborhoods they move these Haitian refugees and Somali refugees into, you got to kick black people out. So it's not just this idea of the great replacement being white people. No. It's going to be white people, Latino people, black people, basically anyone who has the audacity to live in a state where they're not voting for enough Democrats. They'll kick you the fuck out. And they'll put people in there that will vote their way. That's what's really gross is that, again, Democrats are losing support because people don't like the way they're being treated. And instead of being humble and going, wow, we should really meet the American people where they are, they just go, nah, fuck it. Just so we can hold on to power a little bit longer, let's sell our whole fucking country down the river and just bring in people from the third world who are not ready to live here just so we can maybe get some extra votes in a few years. It's really gross. Chevrolet JB with $2 says, I'm at $60K a year. My take home is right at $3K a month. Well, hey, just become Haitian. Just live on the dole. Zenman Build said, seems like they could move them to the outskirts of Detroit where all those empty houses sit. I mean, right? But, Michigan's not quite red yet, so they don't need to do that. Gray Duckling with $2 says, duck is delicious. What the fuck? I mean, guy's got a point. Duck is a fine meal. So the Haitians are, they're eating good in the neighborhood. Thank you very much to John with $15 over on PayPal. There we go. PayPal has been christened today. Thank you, John. And now we're 265 away from knocking out today's goal and calling it another win for the toe. Get it down to 200 by 8 o'clock, and we're looking good. 265 is the number. So the only thing we're looking to christen now is Venmo. Venmo's the only one that hasn't been christened today. We appreciate that. So John Sununu is the governor of New Hampshire. And while New Hampshire may not seem like as important a state as New York or Texas or California, this guy's, he's still got life and death decisions to make as governor of New Hampshire. He's not there just like tapping maple syrup trees and shit. So apparently there was a lobster roll eating contest at the Hampton Beach Seafood Festival. See, like some governors, they go to like symposiums about how to deal with the border or how to deal with new federal law. When you're the governor of New Hampshire, you just go to the Lobster Roll Festival. Well, as funny as that may seem, they need help at that Lobster Roll Festival. And if it had not been for John Sununu, we might have lost an obese Northeasterner. Let's go ahead and check this story out from out east.
I'm not sure if Christian's going to make it over here.
Watch the chaos of the Hampton Beach lobster roll eating competition on Sunday, and you might notice something isn't right.
The gentleman at the far end, who I was kind of watching, I glanced over. I could tell very quickly he took a pause. He was having trouble getting something down.
A contestant.
Oh my God! I thought for a second that was the guy on the microphone. Like, you see this guy, he's heaving and choking, and I thought that was somebody the news was interviewing on the phone. I thought it was the MC. Like, he's like, if you take a look over here, you'll see that this obese man with a beard is choking. That's crazy. Look at him. He's having some troubles. Meanwhile, he's fucking help me, you piece of shit. Wow, he's really, what a foul mouth on this fella. If he doesn't focus more on getting those lobster rolls down, I think he might come in last today. Lobster roll eating contest. Like, I get the dipping the hot dogs and the buns in water and then throw them back to hot dogs. Lobster roll, if you've ever had a lobster roll, those are not a food to be mass consumed. If I'm not mistaken, lobster rolls are like creamy and they're thick and they're, use more gay adjectives, Aaron. And you're just shoving... This is a choking hazard waiting to happen. The fact that nobody's died during the lobster roll eating competition is crazy to me.
It was choking and signaling for help.
I started saying, he's choking, and I could tell people weren't responding, so I just moved forward and immediately started to kind of give him the Heimlich.
But look closely, and you'll see that's not an EMT jumping in first to help. That's Governor Chris Sununu.
Chris Sununu. So the Sununus are like minor nobility in the United States. Because I remember there was John Sununu was it the Bush White House? Or the Clinton White House? I can't remember. But John Sununu, okay, so this is a different Sununu. What a fucking gay last name, too. I don't want to say Sununu again in this story.
It's crazy because I wasn't so much the jumping in and doing it. That was wild in itself, but there was so much commotion.
After 5 compressions and a little help from some first responders, that piece of lobster popped right out.
You went right back to the contest.
That is a fucking fat New Englander thing to do right there. It's you start choking to death on a lobster. Like, by the way, winning a lobster roll eating contest is not worth losing your life over. And I know there's now people in the chat going, speak for yourself, douchebag. Okay, fine. But in one man's opinion, once you start choking to death on the lobster roll, and once the governor comes up behind you and Heimlichs it out, I walk off the stage and I become a spectator at that point. I guess I'm a pussy.
I couldn't believe he ate another 7 lobster rolls after that, right down the gullet.
Christian Moreno was that contestant.
Lo and behold, the governor was the first one to notice what was actually happening.
Participating in his first eating competition ever.
Kind of like, all right, like, don't freak out. You're going to finish this. Like, you're going to get this out and you're going to keep going.
He says he didn't know.
What a fucking gamer this guy is. He had the presence of mind to be like, all right, you are dying. This is definitely death if nobody comes up and helps you. But you know what? Somebody's going to help. We're going to get this thing taken care of, and then we're going to keep eating fucking lobster rolls. You know, I found a worm in a pistachio one time. I didn't eat pistachios for 20 years. This guy's almost killed by a lobster roll, and he jumps right back in. He's a brave dude.
No, it was the governor that saved him until he put his glasses back on.
My counter came up to me and like made a joke and was like, oh, like I bet nobody else can say that they've gotten a Heimlich from the governor before. And
now 3 secretaries came out this morning and said, actually, he did. And then he tried to finger me afterwards. And now it's a whole big scandal for Governor Sununu.
It looked at him and was just like, that was the governor?
Christian says he's grateful because he realizes this could have been much worse, but he's determined to be back next year.
I will be there for my redemption 100%.
Hopefully the governor will not be needed.
If he is, he's reliable.
He clearly is. And you could see Christian and the governor met up after the competition. Christian says he thanked him for acting so quickly.
And he said he's voting Democrat in the next election. Son of a bitch, I should have let him choke to death. God damn it. Wow, it's good. Look, if you're the governor of a small state, that's enough to win your reelection. You know, people, unless you got like Haitians cutting off duck heads in your fucking cities, then maybe not. By the way, lobster, I'm not shitting on lobster rolls before New Englanders start crucifying me. Lobster rolls are delicious. Kevin Soundboard with $1 says, when I was randomly blocked along with Tootle and Tarnished, I went over to the local Walmart and donated via Western Union. Give it a few days and then go pick it up with ID. Love the show. Thank you, Kevin Soundboard. I appreciate it. Snowcat Tish says, John Sununu was Chris's father and his mother passed away yesterday. Okay. Hulkamasha Baby says, don't pretend like you don't know what a lobster roll is. You don't hit 240 without eating shit like that. I'm not 240. I'm 223. I'm a little big. I need to come down 3 pounds. And then 5 more. That's what I need to do. Kevin Soundboard says, I'm unblocked, so we're cool, Aaron. Oh, as long as we're cool, then I'm a happy guy. Thank you guys very much for the generous contributions to the program. I do appreciate it. We do have about 25 minutes to stay on pace and get to 200 today by 8 o'clock. And that all that does is it keeps the beg monster away. Keeps us from having to, my leg to start shaking and flop sweat to start and me realizing what a fucking failure I am. So throw in Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, etc. Throw in a couple bucks. Let's keep this thing moving nicely. Let's get $65 in the next 25 minutes. And let's make sure that we can keep the sad, fucking depressed Aaron Beg Monster away. Appreciate it. Thank you. Doing a solo show today. Johnny last night said that he had to, whoa. I don't know what storage sense is. Anyway, Johnny said that he needed the day off today. So I want you guys to run wild with your speculation that he's quitting and he's going to leave soon and all that shit. That's always fun. But no, Johnny's having a tough time with dealing with crazy shit and crazy people is what Johnny's having a tough time with. So, yeah, McLuck says sweating butter. Yeah, that's what they do now. Is they their whole thing they like to say is we make Aaron sweat gravy for the goal. I hate it, dude. It really fucks with my head. So congratulations. Thanks a ton. But if we could keep that coming down, if we could be more than $35 into the goal halfway through the show, it would make me feel like less of a bag of shit. Thanks a ton. And again, because we had that setback recently, those goals are pretty mandatory. Every failed goal is a really stressful time for us at the moment. Month or two from now, we'll be okay. Just no more setbacks, what have you. In fact, like I said at the beginning of the show today, it looks like we could be due for some really good news very, very soon. And, people who have been reading message boards and shit probably know what I'm talking about. But I'm staying grounded. I'm not getting too crazy fucking excited. I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. That's all. Citizen M says, Aaron kills with the solo shows. It keeps him sharp. I like the solo shows. We get more stories covered. We get more news covered. I just, once we get to that halfway point, once we get to 8 o'clock, I do start to get a little stressed. And I try to remember to keep doing a good show. And if you guys all pitch in together, it's helpful. It's helpful. Hulkamasha Baby says, 223, really? 233, maybe? 223. Approachable says, Johnny is putting bars and upgraded security systems on his house before the next plane from California lands. Like I said, you hold your tongue about people, but it's a balancing act between holding your tongue about people and wishing people the best, and also feeling like, you do need to point out when there might be an issue that you think needs addressing. And I did think that when I met her, I was like, yeah, this is a red flag. This chick seems like she could be a little wound too tight. It's in the eyes, but Johnny's happy. She seems happy. Everything is fine. Just, even if she is a problem, she'll be heading back to California. So there's that. It's situations like these where I'm just like, I just want to stay out of it. I know Johnny talks about it on the show and it can be cathartic and all that. But in terms of like decision making or what should I do, I just like to stay out of that part. Mostly because I'm not living the thing. So it doesn't cost me anything to give advice that ends up being wrong. I'm not the one who pays the price for it. So I'm kind of like, Roger in Training Day when he says, it's your mess, you clean it up. Because what if I tell you to do something and it ends up fucking up? I'm not the one who pays the price. And I certainly wouldn't want anyone meddling in my relationships and trying to fix my relationships. So I don't want to go ahead and do it to anybody else. I don't. No, thank you. Sam Show, I don't know what you're talking about. You're not very effective at defending. Oh, he's talking to Citizen M. Okay. I thought he was talking to me. He's like, you're not very effective at defending Melton when you two look like a kid ever. I'm like, who the fuck? Me? I'm more offended by the idea that I would be defending him. Biko Cat says Johnny needs to disengage wholly. I 100% agree with you on that. Snowcat Tish says the moment she wanted to be more important than Johnny's daughter, red flag, done, done, done. Yeah, Johnny talked about it yesterday, and I'm sure he'll talk about it tomorrow. It's not my place to discuss it. I don't know what the fuck is going on outside of yesterday's show. 191 Redbird, excuse me, with $5 over on YouTube says, not another penny until gravy is rolling down your face. Well, we're 20 minutes away from 8 o'clock, and we need to make some fucking money to stay on pace here. So the gravy is going to start. So if you guys want to chip in to prevent the gravy sweats and the fucking e-begging, I sure would appreciate it. Jive Turkey says, sent with love and concern about your weight. Wait a minute. Jive Turkey, that's not helpful. I mean, the $20 is very helpful. Thank you very much. But my weight, it's fine. We're doing great. That puts us at 240 away, boys and girls. We can do this. We can do 200 by 8 o'clock. We can keep the beg monster away. We can keep this thing going. Thank you very much. 240. I really hope today is one of those days where it's just real nice and easy and people just feel like throwing in on this program. All the links are pinned in the chat. Jesse SP says, good morning, Aaron. How are you doing today? Hi from Texas. Thank you. Dive Bar says, you didn't want to stay out of it yesterday. You wanted to add more fuel to the fire. Oh, no, if Johnny wants to talk about it on the show, I'm more than entertained by it. I think it's fascinating. I just don't want to do it without him here, is all. I'll respond to what he said yesterday, but anything new, I don't want to do any speculating. I want to wait till Johnny comes back on the show, and then we'll talk about it. This is troubling. So we're, 1 week into the football season? Vikings are getting ready to play San Francisco, who, by the way, looked really good against the New York Jets. Always fun to see Aaron Rodgers lose. Brock Purdy is the luckiest fucking duck in the world. Brock Purdy is, they ought to put his face next to game manager in the dictionary, because he's so the definition of game manager. It's not even funny. And with the talent they have on that team, it just makes it easy for him. It's like 19 of 28, 230 yards, no touchdowns, no picks. All Brock Purdy has to do is not fuck up while the rest of San Francisco wins him the game. Thank you to Mary for $5 over on Venmo. There you go. $5 over on Venmo. There you go. 235, guys. 235 away. Keep it up. Keep it up, man. 235 away from getting knocking that out. And also in the next 15 minutes, let's get her down to 200 and call this thing on pace for today. So half the teams in the league are very excited with how the team started, or with how the year started. The other half not happy that they started the year 0-1. The Chiefs are probably thrilled that they started the year 1-0. The Chiefs are probably not happy for the other reason they're making news today. So you know how every team has like that super fan that is a character? Like the New York Jets have Fireman Ed. The Minnesota Vikings have Ragnar. So every team has this guy who just takes it upon himself to dress up every week. Well, the Chiefs have a super fan called the Chiefsaholic. And the Chiefsaholic dresses up like a wolf or a dog. Here, this is a little intro video to the Chiefsaholic that they did on ESPN.
I think I came home from the hospital in a Chiefs outfit, probably.
That's him. So that's the Chiefsaholic. He's a guy who dresses up like a dog or a wolf every game, sits right next to the field, and he's like a morale booster. You know, all the fans know the Chiefsaholic, werewolf guy, whatever. Well, it turns out that the guy who plays the Chiefsaholic, Xavier Michael Badudar, a 30-year-old, has been a naughty boy. He's been doing a lot. He's got to find something to do during the offseason because idle hands are the devil's workshop. The Chiefsaholic was sentenced to 210 months in prison without parole in Kansas City federal court Thursday morning, which amounts to about 17 and a half years. Following his sentence, Badudar will face 3 years of supervised release. The judge also ordered him to pay $500,000 in restitution. He was charged with 11 robberies or attempted robberies across 7 states, during which he stole nearly $850,000. He pleaded guilty to 1 count of money laundering and 1 count of transporting stolen property across state lines in February, and also to a count of bank robbery in a separate case out of Oklahoma. He was sentenced to 17 and a half years in the Oklahoma case and will serve both sentences concurrently, meaning at the same time. He also admitted to a string of 9 bank and credit union robberies in 2022 and 2 more while he was a fugitive. So even when this guy was on the lam, he still couldn't stop robbing banks. It was his own little personal ATM. Well, now we know how he could afford all those Chiefs tickets all those years. His robbery spree bankrolled the... oh, wow, I was just kidding. but his robbery spree bankrolled the expensive tickets and travel across the country to attend Kansas City Chiefs games while he cultivated a large fan base online. So he was robbing banks. That's a fan, dude. The Chiefs kind of owe this guy. This guy was so committed to the team that he got himself locked up for 17 and a half years just so he could be at your games. Can't you do something to help him? Call Drew. Call Drew. I mean, that's pretty. I mean, I can't imagine Ragnar, breaking into Wells Fargo's across the state of Minnesota just so he can go to the games. I always thought these teams like Fireman Ed, Ragnar, this Chiefsaholic, I always thought those guys got their seats paid for. I always thought that they were just kind of like an extra mascot that the team took care of. Apparently the Chiefs didn't think too much of the Chiefsaholic. And, I mean, probably a good look for them, seeing as he was paying for all his tickets with stolen bank money. So, I mean, probably a pretty good idea that there's no paper trail connecting the Chiefs to the Chiefsaholic. Now, as part of his punishment, the man must give away any property involved in his money laundering activity. Oh, no, that means Chiefs jerseys, memorabilia, and an autographed painting of Patrick Mahomes. Oh, because he bought all the tickets and everything he bought at the games, they consider that connected to the money he stole. Oh, shit. Yeah, you got to have yourself a day job, man, so you can pay for all this shit or work something out with the team. I mean, you don't use the banks as your own personal ATM, especially not across state lines. Because then you're federally fucked at this point. Jesse ESP says, I can't believe the Cowboys won against the Browns. I'm still shocked. The Browns fucking stink, dude. You should beat the Browns. Everybody should beat the Browns. Mick Luck says, that's a lot of chicken wings. It's a lot of things, but he has to give it back. He did the Chase Bank glitch, says Carlos Cameo. Maybe. But I mean, that's, sure, it's illegal. Sure, you're not supposed to do it. Sure, it's not okay, but I mean, it is dedication. You know a lot of fans who would rob banks for their football team? I don't. Thank you very much for the dick emoji, Gray Duckling. He also gives us $10 over on PayPal. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. So what does that put us at? Guys, 225 away from today. Like I said, $200 by 8 o'clock. We got 10 minutes left and $25 to go. Everybody throw in a couple of bucks. We're going to get to that 200 by 8 o'clock, and that'll keep the beg monster away until 9, which is great. Get to 100 by 9. We're looking pretty good. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, those are our favorite ways for you to support the show. Super chats, Rumble rants like Rusty Grammer with $1 says, so what Aaron is saying is start robbing banks, folks, so we can knock out the goal. I can't encourage you to commit crimes, obviously. But if you've got an extra 20 spot in your pocket, I always like seeing it from the fans. So, color me conflicted. Atomic Ray says banks don't open until 9 a.m. Well, I got to change the time of the show then. Silly me. King Kong Dong says, I love the Cowboys tying up a fourth of their cap on one player. Yeah, that $60 million contract for Dak Prescott when he hasn't really won anything. I don't want to hear about how much money the Vikings spent on Kirk Cousins. Because, we didn't pay Kirk Cousins $60 million a year. And Kirk Cousins is literally, accomplishment-wise, right on par with Dak Prescott. They're the same guy when you look at their list of accomplishments. A playoff win, couple of division titles. It's not the most impressive postseason resume. But Dallas, that's the thing, though. If you find a quarterback, you got to hang on to him. And unfortunately, the going rate is, getting higher and higher every time a quarterback gets extended. When it was Patrick Mahomes at $50 million, people are like, holy shit, that's crazy. And then a few years later, Dak at 60. Zenman Builds with $5 says not a 20, but here's a $5. Well, thank you. It puts us at 220. So we're only $20 away from staying on pace in the next 8 minutes. Thank you guys very much. That means a lot. being at 200 in the next 8 minutes would be fucking huge. I would really appreciate it. So thank you, everybody who just feels like throwing in a $5. Thanks a ton. But yeah, I don't, $60 million a year. No thanks. See that, like the Vikings have this window now to build a Super Bowl team because we're not paying a quarterback. You got Sam Darnold at $10 million and you got J.J. McCarthy on the rookie scale. We've got 4 years with J.J. McCarthy to win a fucking Super Bowl. Once you have to pay your quarterback, that definitely tightens things up. You know, there's a lot less money to spend elsewhere. The NFL is actually talking about a separate quarterback salary cap. So you got your team salary cap, and that'll be $200 million or whatever it is now. And then you'll have a separate salary cap to spend on quarterbacks. And if you go over that, it subtracts, I think, from your main cap. And if you are under it, I don't think you get that cap money back and converted into your other salary cap. They're talking about doing it. I don't know if they're going to. But it's an interesting concept because those quarterback contracts are getting really, really expensive. Carlos Cameo, yeah, if you guys rob a bank to donate money to the show, don't scream out another rob for the toe. They're going to be able to find you that way. Just friendly advice. All right, guys, $20 away from 200. 5 minutes to do it. Please help out and please keep us on track. It just helps me psychologically a whole lot to deliver. Look, man, I'm motivated by money. What can I tell you? All right, let's go into a scam story. We got scams today. You know me. Same disclaimer we do every time with this. I always blame the person who got scammed. I mean, when you hear the news stories reporting about, you know, these people who get ripped off over the phone or whatever the scam is, it's always something that's easily verifiable as a scam. These people hear that they can make a shitload of money really fast and they don't ask any questions and they just get roped in. And the problem is we feel bad for them. We go, oh, that's terrible. Oh, that poor thing. But no. People need to learn. Otherwise, this is going to keep happening. Scammers are pieces of shit. They are what they are. Scorpion and the Frog. It is their nature. So when a scammer calls you, if anyone calls you saying they're from anywhere and they're asking you for money over the phone, no, we don't send money over the phone. We go to, you know, if someone says, oh, we're from XL Energy, and you're behind by $600 or whatever it is. You don't just give that person $600 over the phone. You go to your XL Energy website, you go to your little dashboard, you see how much you're behind, and if you are, you pay that amount. Or, we're from the IRS and you owe us $10,000. You just believe them and you just give them money, and then they call back and go, oh, there's a filing fee also, you have to give us more money. This is why I don't feel bad for people who get scammed. I mean, it's so easily figure outable that this idea that we should feel bad for you. No, if anything, I feel bad for the scammer that they had to talk to someone so stupid before they got their money. Los Federales with $2 Canadian says, I identify as a $100 donation. I really wish that were the case. That would be incredible. Right now, we're just looking for 20 to get us down to 200 in the next 3 or 4 minutes and stay on pace. That's all I'm looking for. So let's go ahead and check this out. These two guys got scammed on Facebook Marketplace, which is such a boomer way to get scammed. I fucking tell you. Let's go ahead. I'm done watching these stories, by the way, to find out if I feel bad for the person or not. Basically, I now watch them to find out how much I hate them. Let's take a look.
Again tonight with an Indianapolis man who told us he was ripped off after a person on Facebook Marketplace gave him counterfeit cash, and he told us he isn't alone. Our Chase Howell talked with a man who got scammed and police about how to protect yourself from this kind of crime.
This one I'm less willing to hate the person who got scammed because, I mean, fake money, that can be difficult. Fake bills are a difficult one to spot unless, you know, you're a trained eye.
Security video from Adam Bauman's home Sunday night shows the whole transaction go down. You can see a black Mercedes pull up and Bauman walk up to the car with the jewelry he was selling.
Kind of leaned down in the car and he was like, okay, well, here's your money. And he started counting them, 150, 200.
Then as he's walking away, he says the supposed cash he was holding felt funny.
As I got in the house and turned the light on, I seen the first 2 bills had the same exact serial numbers on it, which I knew then was an issue. That was a problem.
Bauman says that's when he called police.
There was just something in my head saying that I needed to check it.
Earl Townsend lives in Speedway and says the same thing happened to him on
Oh, no. So there's people going around buying shit on Marketplace with fake bills. See, to me, this is where the scammer is a retard. You don't fuck around with fake bills. That's easy to figure out. And if these guys have a communication record with you on Facebook from the Marketplace thing, I feel like people who are counterfeiting bills, which is a federal fucking offense, you talk about a scam where the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I mean, Jesus Christ. You're federally fucked. And I have a feeling that people who counterfeit dollar bills and don't even bother to change the serial number are not smart enough to use an alias on Facebook or an untraceable account on Facebook.
Friday by the same people that scammed Bauman.
I had a counterfeit pen in my pocket, and as I walked back towards the door, I thought to stop for a second, check it. Once I checked it, they all came back fake.
Both men say they were.
I will say this to the people who scammed these guys. You picked your marks well. I mean, that guy doesn't look like a guy who's the quickest on his feet. So a PS5 and jewelry. These guys were, oh man, $400 for a PS5. You got fucked out of $400, and you got no PS5 now. Shit.
They were messaging with a Facebook user with the name Jaslyn Price, but when it came to picking up the items,
she informed me that her fiance was going to come pick it up.
Said it was for their brother, that he'd be here shortly.
While someone with IMPD wasn't available for an interview, they sent over some best practices when selling or buying something online, like verifying the seller's identity and opting to use credit cards or apps like Venmo, Cash App, or Zelle when making or taking payments. And while the two may be out hundreds of dollars, they're walking away with a valuable lesson.
Don't be a dipshit. No, I agree with that. Use Venmo, use PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, whatever, whatever helps.
Back to it, it would be checking the money before I hand it over the system, the game system.
If I had to do,
I really don't like that guy. There's something about that guy that's just bothering the shit out of me. He just seems too stupid to like.
Again, I would definitely have a stronger face-to-face with him, and just be cautious of everything right now.
While I did reach out to IMPD for an interview and for information when it comes to the counterfeit cash, they did not confirm if they were investigating these cases.
They're like, we got a lot of shit to do. Look, we got important stuff going on. Dealing with people who are getting scammed on Facebook Marketplace. Jesus Christ, guys, figure it out. Coltrane with $2 says coworker got scammed out of $1,200 by a scam that people told him it was a scam before money was even involved. We still ridicule him. Yeah, they deserve it. Come on, pull your head out of your ass. With these, the fake cash scam is, it's a good one for not getting caught by the person you're giving the money to. But once you're now putting the crime in the victim's hands, and he can give it to the police and show them, and they can look at it, and they can maybe find you that way. I don't know. It's just counterfeiting dollar bills seems like high risk, low reward. Because what'd you get out of it? A PS5? You committed a federal offense? Not worth it, dude. All right, guys, we are after 8 o'clock, so the Beggy Monster is going to have to come out, unfortunately. We're 220 away. Please knock that down. Can we get to 100 by 9 o'clock? I would really appreciate it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Just everybody chip in a little bit. Help the show out. The goals are pretty mandatory for the next month or two. We can't afford any setbacks or losses. So pretty please, gift some memberships. That's great. It helps spread the show. I hate to be the materialistic, beggy, fucking can-rattling weasel, but we need money to keep this show on the air. I pay Matt. I pay Johnny. I know that amazes some of you. But I don't want to lose those guys. And, with all the shit that's been going on lately, I'm trying really hard to keep those guys around. You know, they're the last two. You know, we've when we lost our, a lot of the advertisers, Corey had to go, Oz had to go. I just want to keep my guys, man. So if you want to chip in, we appreciate it. Hopefully we can do some things to keep the pressure off you guys a little bit. But I got the leg shakes now. We got a little bit of the flop sweats going. Let's all chip in and go on a rally. I would appreciate it. Thank you, guys. About 900 of you checking out the show right now. Go ahead and click like, click subscribe, follow the show. I would appreciate it. Any support you have for this show is very much appreciated. Okay, moving on. More news. I want to distract myself from the fact that I'm going to be sweating gravy again today. I really don't want to. A local judge in Michigan has removed themselves from the court docket after new audio showing her talking about what a racist she is. Now, I'm not someone who analyzes legal ethics, but I have a feeling that in the Detroit market, being a white person saying you're a racist in the criminal justice system might be looked at as a potential bias issue. Let's go ahead and listen to this and see if she's worse than Richie Incognito, because this seems like the Richie Incognito of justices. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this one from WXYZ in Detroit. See how bad it is.
We begin tonight with a judge who makes life-altering decisions for families and those with disabilities, now accused of making racist comments and using shocking, derogatory language.
That's not the way you want to start. Like if you hear like, "Hey judge, you're going to be on the news tonight," and you're like, "All right, maybe it won't be so bad," and they started off with a judge whose people's lives and futures are in her hands, the lives of families and disabled people, is a piece of shit on tape tonight. You're like, oh, fuck. They're going with the families and disabled people angle? Oh, this is going to be bad for me.
Thank you for joining us for 7 News Detroit at 6. I'm Mike Duffy. 7 investigator Heather Catallo joins us now with more about why an Oakland County probate judge has been removed from her docket. Heather?
Mike, a high-ranking probate court official says he's been recording Judge Kathleen Ryan's statements for years, even though probate court...
What the fuck? Who is this? Judge Patrick Melton? What a dickhead move. Now, I'm sure once we hear what she said, we'll be like, oh, boy, you can't be on the bench if you're going to be saying shit like that. But at the same time, what a fucking dickhead. To sit there and go, look, I don't mean to be a hero or anything, but I've been surreptitiously recording this bitch for years. And you just dropped this shit on her? You think they were fucking? I have a conspiracy theory here. I think this is going to go deeper than we think. I think these two were fucking, and he was keeping these tapes just in case.
Administrator Edward Hutton says he's been harassed by Judge Ryan. He says he does not want this to be about him. Hutton says he's coming forward now because he wants to protect the people who have to face Judge Ryan in the courtroom.
The Honorable Kathleen A. Ryan presiding.
Good morning. You may be seated.
After more than 13 years on the bench, Oakland County Chief Probate Pro Tem Judge Kathleen Ryan is out of her courtroom. Chief Probate Judge Linda Hallmark removed Judge Ryan from her docket last week.
Is that Janine from Ghostbusters? A racist judge, we got one! Fucking play, stupid.
Announcing that a complaint about internal allegations of unprofessional conduct was sent to the Judicial Tenure Commission.
Uh-oh.
Judge Ryan was arrested in 2021 for domestic violence, but those charges were later dismissed.
So this is a bad bitch. She's saying racist shit on tape. She's beating the fuck out of dudes or girls. I don't know. Oh, her boyfriend. Okay, so she beat the shit out of her boyfriend. She doesn't fuck around. I feel like she'd be a really good judge. Like she'd be a Law and Order type.
And now she's back in the headlines.
Well, if you're black in any other country, you're doing way better. If you're
fucking based. She's going to do the Derek Vineyard from American History X. White immigrants were able to come here and flourish within a generation.
You're an American black person, then you're a lazy piece of
The seven.
You know, if she's having trouble finding a date, there's a guy in Springfield, Ohio she might want to talk to. I think they'd have a lot to discuss on a first date. I don't know if the sexual attraction will be there. That's up to them. But I definitely think they'll have some conversation pieces.
7 investigators have obtained the recordings that county officials say prompted Judge Ryan's removal.
Oh, he's just I have no use for him.
Hold on. There were too many bleeps in there. Oh, she said someone's name is a fucking cunt. He's just a dick. I have no use for him. Jesus. But no, wait a minute. I think what's really shitty about that one, look, the blacks being lazy pieces of shit one, that's bad. But that one, that's just talking shit about a coworker. Like, you think that you're private when you say shit like that. You think you have privacy that people will respect. If you would have told this woman, like, you're being recorded, she wouldn't have said that. It would have been private. It would have been workplace gossip. We've all talked shit about coworkers before.
She's made it a living hell in the past 6 years. I mean, it's been terrible. It's cost me relationships. I think it's affected my health.
Jesus.
Can't sleep.
Attorney Edward Hutton is.
She gives me noogies. I've gotten numerous swirlies. She gives me wedgies. I started cutting my underwear before I came to work so it would rip easier when she pulled on them. She's mean. I have ligature marks on my testicles because she pulls so hard on my underpants. She's a bully.
Is the Oakland County Probate Court Administrator.
Every day I come to work, I have an orange juice and a sandwich. She always steals my orange juice. She needs to be stopped.
He's in charge of running everything that's not under the judge's purview inside one of the state's largest probate courts. Hutton alleges
probate is like, correct me if I'm wrong, that's like somebody in your family died, like your grandma dies and they got to go through her shit and find out who gets what. That's what I think it is.
Judge Ryan has been calling him both during work and after hours for years. And Hutton says during those hours and hours of calls, Judge Ryan said highly inappropriate things.
She's talking about sucking my dick. She wants to eat my ass. She's just a fucking dirty bitch all around. And then there's the stuff she said about the blacks.
Why did you start recording the calls?
I just felt like it wasn't going to change. Nothing's manipulated in it. It's conversations that I was a part of, and I'm absolutely willing to.
That's not true. I heard he privated the audio recording conversations, and then he took a copy of the audio recording conversations. He then put COG's watermark on it and then played it for the judge. I don't think it should count.
Testify to the authenticity of every single one of them.
I can honestly say that, okay, I'm not systemically racist, I'm a new racist.
Get your wedding rings out, boys. She's not systemically racist. She's a new racist. You know, you got those old racists. They're hack, you know. She's a new one. What does that even fucking mean? I'm a new racist. That's not good because aren't racists like usually the defense is, well, they had a bad experience with minorities or, oh, they were brought up that way and they were never taught any better. So like that, you know, there's kind of an excuse. If you're a new racist, you're like, yeah, I'm in my 40s and 50s and I just started hating black people. I
never was, but now I am because you're shoving the down my throat and making allegations that you don't know about. You're telling me who I am and you've never met me. You.
I have a feeling that in her courtroom, there's not a lot of leniency.
You.
Hutton says the judge also used homophobic slurs about other elected officials.
Oh, she was kind of cute in her day.
You know.
And that.
She went hard gay F word. Oh, my God. I understand why she needs to be off the bench, but it is great to have shit like this recorded.
It's not all.
A lot of times they were conversations about sexual encounters that she's having with various individuals.
I was sucking dick. I was swallowing cum. I was whacking him off in the movie theater. Look at how tortured this guy is. He's had to hear her thoughts on black people and Mexicans and gays And then he's had to hear about her fucking sexual escapades, and she might just be a dirty bitch. Like, oh, I was taking one high and tight in a shit cutter. You wouldn't believe it. It was Thanksgiving. And this guy's like, I really don't want to hear about this. Shut up, bitch. You're going to hear about how I queef, too. Oh, my God. I don't want to be at work today. Like, I imagine this guy just dreaded Monday mornings. Like, worse than Garfield. Because he just had to hear about the fucking sex that this chubby judge had.
I mean, in intimate detail.
Hutton says for years he felt like he had to play along, and he says for years he was afraid to speak up.
I didn't want to lose my job, and I didn't want to be in her crosshairs. It's such a David.
She'll peg you. Sounds like a pegger.
And Goliath situation. I don't have the power. I'm not elected. I could get fired tomorrow.
On May 24th, Hutton says he sent Chief Judge Linda Hallmark a notice of sexual harassment.
For 3 months, nothing happened.
That's why on August 22nd, Hutton says he decided to send the recordings to the Chief Justice of the state Supreme Court, Oakland County Executive David Coulter, and other public officials. And he also contacted me.
I just want to make it right. I haven't filed a lawsuit. I'm not looking for a payday. I want to keep my job and do it in peace. And I want the people in Oakland County.
Dude, how many three-ways and like how much dirty sex did this guy have to hear about before he's like, you know what? Fuck it. For my own mental health, I have to turn this bitch in. Oh, because we're only hearing the shit that they can play on the news. I want to know how bad this chick got. I need to get my hands on these recordings.
That come to court to get a fair shake, to have their day in court, to have an unbiased trial.
Oh, man, Mark, you wouldn't believe it. This weekend I was eating ass, and the guy ripped ass right in my face. It was disgusting. So I flipped him over, and I punished him.
Back.
In that email, Hutton said Judge Ryan, quote, has vocalized her hate and contempt for various protected groups.
Are we supposed to be calling them protected groups? I thought that was something we criticized you guys for when we said, like, oh, you treat these people like they're children and they're protected groups. Are they just now ripping the mask off and just calling them protected groups? Like they're not adults and grown-ups and humans? Wow, I didn't know that.
Once the recordings were shared with those state and county officials, Judge Ryan was removed from her docket.
Yeah.
In a statement,
that'll
County
happen.
Executive Coulter said, quote, there is absolutely no place for harassment of any kind or for racist or homophobic language by anyone at Oakland County.
Now, talk about a no fun workplace.
Especially by someone the public must be confident will act fairly and impartially.
I mean, if you're a judge and you're shitting on black people, that is going to affect your ability to be seen as fair when you're doing your job, because I don't know if you know this or not, but if you're a judge, you might encounter a black person or two. And those recordings are going to be hard to explain away.
The alleged conduct and abhorrent comments made by Judge Ryan merited her removal from the probate court docket pending further investigation.
Is Judge Ryan fit to be on the bench?
Absolutely not. Nobody with that much hate in their heart for certain people or certain groups of people, I don't believe that they could possibly make fair, unbiased decisions.
I'm going to say again, I think it was her talking about sex shit that probably pushed this guy over the edge. He seems straight up scarred by this woman. So it wasn't just like black people this, gay people that. It was hearing about the fucking that brought this guy to his knees and just went, I need to turn these tapes in. You know what, though? How many times, like how many judges do you think are out there? Like based on the kind of cases they see and everything else, that might say similar shit to what this woman has said. They just don't get recorded. I have a feeling it's quite a few.
Regarding them.
I did reach out to Judge Kathleen Ryan to talk to her about this. Her attorneys sent me this statement that says, quote, we respect the authority of the Michigan Supreme Court. However, we look forward to vindicating Judge Ryan in the appropriate forum. I also spoke to probate.
Well, because she's not, I mean, it's not like she's charged with a crime. I mean, nothing she did was really illegal. I mean, you could say unethical, sure. Unethical. But not illegal. I mean, she trashed up minorities. She said shitty things about people. Sure, absolutely. But she didn't break the law. In fact, what's the law when it comes to, recording people in Michigan? I'd be interested to know. Real quick, let's rally, folks. He's getting whiny now, says Patricia. You're right, Patricia. I'm getting whiny. That is for sure. Von Kaiser with $10 says, let's hear the Jimmy Shaker Day drop. I will grab that for you later today. Thank you very much, buddy. Then we've got Redbird with $5. Says $10 for every pound you lose between now and Thursday, up to $275. Or up to $75. All right. Okay. We can do that. Gray Duckling with $5 says, and that's why there is no recording at the anniversary show. Well, recording me, I'm fine. You guys are the monsters at the anniversary show. $2 for 383 Novocaine says, and now she's running for vice president. Yeah. She's good. We got Approachable with $2 says, just hit up a 7-Eleven. Sorry I couldn't get you more. Oh, well, thank you. So we got people robbing 7-Elevens now to send to the show. Coltrane with $1 says, I mean, odds are you'll have a lot of blacks in front of you in court. Who said that? How dare you say something so offensive? I tell you what, on this program, I never. Hey, thank you guys for getting us back on track. Patricia, Von Kaiser, Gray Duckling, Redbird, all you guys. 185 away from today's goal. See, those little rallies every 15, 20 minutes or so, they help a ton. Now we're 185 away from today's goal. Let's get to 100 by 9 o'clock. We'll have this thing knocked out in no time. Thank you guys very, very much. Nana's Clam says, did you buy your surstrumming or record a Jumping Jacks video? Yes, on the Jumping Jacks video. Surstrumming is coming tonight for the debate. I do owe that. So we will be doing that. But you guys are 185 away. Doing great. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. I still need to know what a new racist is. Is that just her saying, like, I became racist later in life? It's kind of odd, isn't it? I get mad. Well, maybe if you're in law enforcement, maybe you just notice certain things. And then, it changes the game for you. Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. I tell you what, when it rains, it pours. Here comes the rally, boys and girls. 180 away from today's goal. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We can get back into it here. Lander says, you, Aaron, you're new sexy racist. Thank you. Yeah, Mick Luck calls her a late bloomer. That's what they call her in the racism game. Just a late bloomer is what it is. All right, about 900 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe. Consider becoming a member or gifting memberships. I think number one Josh Denny fan, numero uno Josh Denny fan, still doesn't have his membership, unfortunately. All right, let's do this one, and then we'll move on to the 7 o'clock hour stories. This is a little interesting. A father of a murdered Israeli hostage blames Benjamin Netanyahu to his face for his son's death. Oh, this is fucking awkward. This, whether it's the Ukraine-Russia thing or the Israel-Palestinian Hamas thing, I feel like America, to differing degrees in each case, is kind of, I don't want to say on the wrong side, but not backing the best people. Like, Ukraine is a corrupt, dirty fucking country and a dirty, corrupt fucking regime. But I guess it's our dirty, corrupt regime, so we back it, which we have a history of doing, and it always leads to really good things for us, the American people. And then in Israel, are we going to really act like Israel are a bunch of good guys? I mean, they are fucking mean, dude. They are harsh. They are killers. I wouldn't want to be a Palestinian. I wouldn't want to. I mean, first of all, Israel does this passive-aggressive shit where they settle Palestinian territory. It's kind of how the country of Israel was created in the first place, where a bunch of Jewish people said, we're going to have our religious home. We're going to have an ethno-state here in the Middle East. And then everyone told them, well, Arabs live there right now. It's 90% Arab right now where you want to have this country. And they're like, we're going to work with banks to buy up a bunch of fucking land, and we're going to have our fucking country come hell or high water. And it is very strange. Like, the Jews are always worried about other people, talking about ethno-states, like white people and black people and stuff, talking about ethno-states. Like, Jewish people got very nervous during the Malcolm X days. Malcolm X would talk about blacks being independent and having their own ethno-state before he went to Mecca and changed his mind and all that and kind of loosened up a little bit. But, like, they get nervous about that. They get really nervous when white people start talking about having an ethno-state. And look, I don't think ethno-states are necessary. I don't. I think we can all, I think as long as you have a common culture and you all accept that culture and you try to assimilate to it, you can have a great society anywhere. But there's something hypocritical about a group of people who started their own ethno-state criticizing others for wanting an ethno-state. It's really strange. And the way Israel is to the Palestinians, I don't feel like Israel's this poor victim. I really don't. Like, they poke the bear a lot. They instigate a lot of shit. They go in and they settle Palestinian territory, and the Palestinians go, what the fuck are you doing? This is ours. And the Israelis are like, you weren't really doing anything with it, so we developed a bunch of real estate on it. And they're like, yeah, okay, it may not have been much, but it was mine. And then they're like, well, I mean, you're just taking our land away from us slowly but surely. You don't respect us. We're going to make you respect us. And then they bring in, the heavies like Hamas, and Hamas goes and fucks shit up and starts killing people. And then Israel goes, whoa, they just killed us for no reason. They just started being mean to us and declaring war on us and attacking us for no reason. It's like, they're not attacking you for no reason. They're attacking you because your government is a bunch of cunts who keep interfering with these people's sovereignty. And they keep trying to steal more land. I mean, it's like saying Native Americans would be cunts for killing American soldiers as we were moving westward. Not really. I mean, they were fighting back. And when it comes to the way Israel treats the Palestinians, and when it comes to the ways that Israel disrespects the Palestinians, and then when the Palestinians attack them, the way Israel goes, we're the victim. But then when they go, we're the victim, they go, so we just get to start dropping fucking bombs indiscriminately. Women, children, fuck them all. It's okay. Anything we do in the name of defending Israel is okay. And Israel doesn't get near as much criticism as Putin does. Putin is the fucking devil. Putin's killing civilians and Putin's doing this. Let's be very honest about the way Vladimir Putin has been conducting this Ukrainian war. He has been avoiding civilian casualties. If he wanted to, Putin could have rolled all the modern military tech that Russia has into Ukraine. They could have conquered that whole thing in 6 weeks. You really think some fucking Patriot missiles from the United States, some Tomahawk cruise missiles, are what's holding back the Russians from rolling up on the Ukrainians? No, it's because they don't want to kill and murder a bunch of civilians because in Russia's mind, and in some Ukrainians' minds, they're Russian too. They don't want to kill people that are perceived. There's a lot of Ukrainians that want to be Russian. It's that Donbass region, eastern Ukraine, a lot of them want to be Russian. They speak Russian. They're culturally Russian. They want to be part of that country. And then Putin goes in and he has been painstakingly taking territory, painstakingly making gains. You don't think he could have just started firebombing shit, rolling tanks in and just wiping people out? He could have had this over with by now. Instead, it's been, 3 years? So, Israel does a similar thing where Israel goes in and they just flatten people. And then every time, it's funny, if Vladimir Putin were to drop a bomb on a hospital and accidentally killed a bunch of people, he'd be evil, he'd be awful, he'd be the most terrible guy in the world. Israel blows up a fucking hospital and they go, oh, you have to trust us. Hamas had rockets in there. Okay, maybe they did. Maybe they didn't. You bombed a fucking hospital, dude. Like, that's something we can criticize. And then you got the Ben Shapiros of the world who go out there and they go, anytime you criticize Israel, you're defending Muslim terrorists. And if you criticize Israel, you're a piece of shit. We got it, Benny. We know what side you're on. And it ain't America's side. I don't ever want to hear Benny Shapiro ever talk about America first, because he's not. He's a dual loyalty kind of guy. And I don't think Americans can be dual loyalty people. We have to be about our own country and taking care of ourselves. Look at what's happening in Springfield. And so if you sit there and you're going to criticize Putin for one thing, but then praise Netanyahu for the other, that's fucking garbage, man. Carlos Cameo says, and a children's hospital did get bombed in Kiev over the summer. Right. And I'm sure that Putin was a fucking monster for doing that. But women and children die in Gaza by the hundreds, if not thousands. And we don't question Netanyahu at all. Anonymous says, don't question Israel, Aaron. They're our greatest ally. Shut it down. I really don't like how, because this isn't an anti-Jewish thing. This is what I hate about this. They put you on the defensive by going, oh, is it an anti-Jewish thing? It's not. It's a noticing hypocrisy thing, and it bothers me because I don't want us to be that country. Like, if you look at America and what we do around the world, you could definitely get by saying we're evil and that we've been evil. I don't want to be evil. I don't want to be involved with these fucking countries. Israel's fine. Israel has the ability to defend themselves. If Israel's proven one thing, it's that they're very adept at killing Arabs. We don't need to help them. What has it gotten us? What has being Israel's pal gotten us? It gets Twin Towers knocked down. It gets us dragged into foreign wars. I don't see the benefit in backing Israel's every time they bomb women and children. I don't get it. I don't get what's in it for us by defending Ukraine every time people point out, hey, part of their military is fucking Nazis. Swastikas literally on their helmets. I don't understand how that benefits the United States. I get how it benefits Joe Biden and his cronies. I get how they get millions of dollars put in their pocket for it. But why do we have to be pro-Israel or anti-Israel? Why can't we just be pro-America and back off all this shit? Because it's expensive and we get nothing for it but shit. So, I don't know. It's a frustrating deal all the way around. I'm not smart enough in geopolitics and all that shit to know exactly how you go about fixing this whole thing. It's just really frustrating to watch, By the way, MSO says I'm still blocked on YouTube. I'm going to look into it in a little bit. Less boring Middle East squabbles and more dun babies and chemtrails, says McBuster. Well, I mean, if you want my uncle's conspiracy theory on the Russia-Ukraine thing, it's that Putin's the good guy and he's fighting to get control of all these medical labs. He's fighting to get control of all the the places like Wuhan was that are working on all these diseases because he doesn't want us fucking around and creating another COVID. Whether or not you buy that, I don't know. That's just what, that's my uncle's whole deal with it, is that Putin's trying to avoid civilian casualties because he don't want to kill people. He just wants to get control of these medical facilities, and that he's actually on America's side. I don't fucking know. I'm not even going to read that screen name that gave us $2.10. Says, I agree with the toe. Thank you for the 210. Better Call Saul with $10. I love that name. Says, just so you know. Yeah, we talked about this yesterday. Just so you know, Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks is following the whole saga with you. Yeah, I got a kick out of that. That Anna Kasparian is watching this whole thing. I would have Anna on this show any old time. I heard her talking about my end of this and I don't know. I know Melton gets mad that people are talking about him now and all that shit. But for me, it's these people don't know me as anything other than a fucking digestible news story. So they don't owe any fairness to me. They don't owe any let's hear everything out to me. To me, I'm a morsel. I'm a gossip piece. So I don't take it personal when people who don't know me start fucking going, he's this, he's that, he's blah, blah, blah. Well, yeah, I mean, if all you see me as is a story, then yeah, of course, you would think a lot of wild shit. I get that. But yeah, Anna Kasparian of the Young Turks following the whole me, Nick, that really did make me laugh. I really thought that was wild. 170 away for today. Hey guys, I have an idea. Let's get to $100 by 9 o'clock. Throw in a couple of bucks. I appreciate it. Thank you to Silver Wolf with $5. He says, robbed this from the Chuck E. Cheese. It's all they had. Oh, no. Chuck E. Cheese is in trouble. Oh, yeah, guys, when you leave us money today, please tell us where you stole it from. That is very important for us to know. Thank you very much. Clopogram says, Aaron's uncle has taken Johnny to the med bed today. That's why Johnny has took the day. California girl was sent by the government to put a stop to Johnny using the med bed in the mountains. Yeah, well, I wasn't supposed to talk about it, but, I mean, you've kind of blown the whistle on the whole thing, so thanks, I guess. 160 away from today's goal. Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, PayPal, and Streamlabs. Thank you guys very much. So let's go ahead and see this father talk to Benjamin Netanyahu about his son, who was a hostage, being killed. He confronts Netanyahu right to his face. Netanyahu against the U.S. president. Conversation between Netanyahu and Elhanan Danino, father of executed hostage Ori Danino. Sarah Netanyahu, and against the IDF here. It's not just Hamas, it's not just Hezbollah, says Netanyahu. Yeah, that's the other thing. Once an enemy's defeated, there's always another one. Isn't that the amazing thing about this quote-unquote war on terror? It's, who was the one, God, what was the movie? Oh, God, I can't remember what the movie was where they said, yeah, this war on terror, it's really great. It's completely fucking nameless. It's, they have their war. It's a great war. There's no, the enemy's always fucking changing and there's no clear definition of it. God damn, I wish I could remember which movie that was. It's an atomic weapon that they will drop on all of us. Yeah, that's just it. Netanyahu always plays the victim. He has this weird way of playing the victim even when he's fucking slaughtering people. As women and children are dying in Gaza, he's like, well, it could be an atomic weapon that they drop on us. That's the same bullshit that Wolfowitz and Cheney and Bush used and Rumsfeld used when they were, terrorizing the Middle East after 9/11. We don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. Remember when they said that? I walk into the room every day and I ask myself, why are you here? Shit, was that Netanyahu or Danino? Oh, that's Netanyahu. What am I here for? Why? For what? To enjoy the perks of governing? Okay, so that's Netanyahu. Look, listen to him. He's like, it's not just Hezbollah and Hamas. It's, could be an atomic bomb. And, sometimes I ask, what am I here for? Is it the perks of governing? So now he's falling on the sword and going, I'm just a humble servant. What am I here for? The perks of governing. Fucking guy. Sarah Netanyahu, what perks? Yeah, it's all this oy vey. Oh, it's such a difficult job for me to do. And then people like you come and yell at me and I'm just doing my civic duty. And then Elhanan Danino says, you didn't do it for 15 years. Don't come now after they were the hostages to do it. For 15 years, you didn't do anything. I didn't sit quietly. You equipped them with weapons, says Elhanan. Oh, shit. So this guy's getting into that thing where, I don't know if you've ever heard this theory. I don't even know if it's a conspiracy theory. But the theory that America and Israel has actually been arming Hamas and Hezbollah so that they can then go take them out. To create this cloud of confusion, to create this enemy that they have to fight so they can keep this never-ending war going. Woo! I think I like this Elhanan Danino. You equipped them with tunnels and money. Well, I mean, as we learned in New York City, they are very good with tunnels. You did nothing. Elhanan, I can answer you. I'd rather not. Oh, fuck off. I won't go into it, but we've heard what you've had to say for 15 years, Danino says. All right. I like this guy. I like this Elhanan Danino. He's not taking any shit from Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, his kid was killed as a hostage in this whole thing. So you can understand his frustration. JH says, Aaron, thoughts on Billy Bob Thornton simping for Israel? Well, I mean, what town does Billy Bob Thornton work in? What choice do you have? What choice do you have? Department of Transportation with 20 SEC. I don't know what the fuck SEC even is, but thank you very much. He says, best take regarding foreign policy. Oh, thank you, buddy. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking dipshit. But I appreciate you contributing to the program like that. That's very nice of you. Let's go to King Kong Dong. He gives us $1 over on PayPal. And he says, found this $1 on the homeless guy in the vestibule of Bonanza. Thank you. Zachary with $5 says, I stole this from a woman's shelter. The broke bitches only had $1 each. Remember, when you contribute money to the show today, you're supposed to tell us where you stole it from. You're supposed to tell us where you stole it from. 165 away from today. We're getting closer, guys. I would love to be at 100 by 9 o'clock. That'd be fucking tits. Keep contributing. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. I appreciate it, guys. Clopogram says, Aaron, email the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia for a few bucks towards the goal. He loves giving money away. Watched a documentary on him. He's apparently got trillions. He's actually doing a really cool thing with boxing, where the boxing cards he puts on, he's actually going to start charging $25 for them, because he says you're going to get a lot more fans buying these pay-per-views if you make them affordable versus trying to squeeze people for $90. That's why I stopped buying UFC pay-per-views. I'm not paying $90 fucking to watch a mediocre card. I mean, you know how good a card would have to be for me to pay $90? Like, my name, shit, I can't say that now. Let's just say I watched the Fury Usyk fight at a reduced price, and that was fine. I love that there was an undisputed World Heavyweight Championship fight. I ain't paying $90 for it. What's the next UFC card? Are they UFC 20 or 304? Is it? I think that might be the next one. UFC. I haven't even kept up with UFC. I don't give a shit. Google does a better job of this. Here we go. UFC schedule. They're on 306? Fuck. What was the last one? UFC 304. What happened to 05? Bilal Muhammad beat Leon Edwards. Tom Aspinall beat Curtis Blades. Patty Pimblett won again. I don't care about the rest of these fucking guys. It's cool. UFC 305. Duplessis beat Adesanya. I remember that one. Kai Kara France got a win. Dan Hooker won. Rosenstruck beat Tai Tuivasa. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't pay $90 for this horseshit. I just wouldn't. Gilbert Burns lost again. God, it's like the guys that I started getting into are getting old, and they're stepping stones now. It's so weird. So, this Saturday is UFC 306. Sean O'Malley versus Mirab Davashvili. Shevchenko versus Grasso. Ortega versus Lopez. Yeah, I'm not paying $90 for this shit. I like Sean O'Malley. I think he's great. But I don't. Yeah, sorry. Not paying $90. Take it down. Pereira versus Roundtree is 307. Raquel Pennington versus Juliana Pena. Don't give a fuck. Don't give. I mean, I don't care. You know, it's a decent card. It's just not $90 good. That's all. If they didn't charge so much because of greed, they wouldn't have so many illegal streaming sites, says Klopogram. I agree with that 110%. That if you didn't charge so much fucking money, and it's not like the fighters are getting the money. Here, let's see. UFC 305 payouts. Israel-Adesanya, highest payout from UFC 305. He made $2.5 million. Here. What are we making? Let's say, how many buys are they getting? Should we say 250,000 buys? Let's say 250,000 buys times $90. $22 million in pay-per-view revenue. Plus, let's say 20,000 people live gate times $150 a ticket. That's $25.5 million you made. Let's divide it in half for costs. $12 million. You can't give Israel-Adesanya $5 million? That's because you load these cards up with guys and you pay them hardly shit. And then, because UFC got that Reebok deal, remember? Or whatever the sponsorship deal was, these guys couldn't put sponsorships on their shorts anymore. So they took that money away from these guys. That's, $2.5 million. Fury Usyk payouts. See, like, say whatever you want about boxing. It's bigger than UFC right now, money-wise. I mean, the money, it's not even comparable. Boxing to UFC. But, like, they may charge $80-90 for Fury Usyk, but at least look at how much those guys made. Tyson Fury made $57 million for the Fury Usyk fight. And 1.5 million pay-per-view buys in the United States alone for that fight. That's great. You don't see, like, UFC just doesn't pull those kind of numbers. Boxing is still by far the bigger sport, especially worldwide. It's just bigger. And the money's bigger. But, like, if you're UFC and you're charging people that much and these fighters are still, the top dog is only getting 2.5 million, that's one thing about Dana White I really don't like. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, if you don't have ad blocker, just click a stream, click the back button, then click the stream, and it will open without the ad or pop-up. Did not know that. Klopogram says, Aaron versus Cenk for the Anna belt. Oh, shit, I didn't even know I was in the running. Oh, my God. Yeah, so the Saudi prince or whatever, the promoter guy, saying that he wants to make these pay-per-views $25 a pop, I'm here for it. Absolutely. Hey, let's talk about our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Our pals at Midland have a great selection of firearms, tactical gear, accessories, ammo, you name it, they've got it at Midland Armory. Go check out the new website. It looks great. midlandarmory.com. Ask Derek and Tracy about any firearm-related questions you might have, no matter what your experience level. They can help you out. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Take a look. It's all sorted, handguns, rifles, optics, ammunition, all the different categories you can take a look at in their shop. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, our friends at All Care have a great collection of trucks and wreckers that can pick up anything from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment. So if you get a flat tire, you break down, you get in an accident, you're going to be stressed, you're going to be in a bad way. You don't want to add a long wait on top of that. And All Care Towing takes care of it by being the quickest in the business. I don't use anybody but All Care Towing when I have an issue with my vehicle. You shouldn't either. If you're in central Minnesota, use our friends at All Care Towing. That's 320-253-5203. And Stoney's Bar, there it is, in downtown Rockville, right there on Broadway. Great place to watch the Vikings on Sunday, the Gophers on Saturday, and, of course, have a Bloody Mary before the game. Get a little in tune for the game with those amazing Bloody Marys at Stoney's Bar. The weather is still beautiful here in Minnesota. Enjoy that patio. Enjoy Stoney's Garage before it goes away for the year. That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, right on Broadway. Visit Stoney's, especially for game time. Every weekend, live music on the Fireball stage. Be sure to join them Saturday nights as well. We are 165 away from today's goal. Hey, boys and girls, do me a favor. Get us to $100 before 9 o'clock, and we are doing great. Thank you, guys. Another rally for the toe, and tell us who you robbed to get the money to give to this program. That's the bit today. $165 away. Throw in 5, throw in 10, throw in 20, throw in some gifted memberships. All the links are in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, you name it. Throw in, crush it. God, MSO is fucking bitching today. Dude, I got enough distractions during the show. Here, you know what? Fine. Here, I'll go look. I'm blocked on YouTube. We were looking into it for you yesterday. We'll go check it out again to make you happy. We'll look to I would like to unban MSO. I can't find him in the block list last night. Maybe he's there today, but God, he is just, I guess I'm done with the show. Now I know how people feel when I whine about the money. You just want to throw it in there to shut them up. Still not seeing you, brother. Still not there. Sorry. I don't know what somebody did to you, but they fucked up. I apologize. Still not seeing you. I don't know what you're fucking cunty at me for. And believe me, I don't want to spend time on this show talking to one guy about I got banned on YouTube. You're all over the place on Rumble. You're doing great. We give you all kinds of attention. You're doing fine. Nobody's upset with you. Sorry, buddy, you're just not on the list. You're not on the list of banned people. Paste a URL of a user to add as a hidden user. No, I want to remove him as a hidden user. He claims he's hidden. I don't see it here. So I'm sorry, buddy. I checked. I just looked. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, you won't see me again. Done. Fine. Just, Jesus Christ. Aaron, I'm blocked on YouTube. Can you help me? I'm guessing YouTube banned him from committing. Hey, Aaron, I'm blocked from your email. Can you unban me, please? Yeah, now everybody in the chat is going, I'm banned too. Yeah, who gives a fuck? Stick around on Rumble. You're doing great. Oh, my God. Having fun today, too. I like solo shows. I have a great time doing solo shows. But Jesus Christ, when it just catches my eye, it's shit like that makes me want to go to the chat less and just do my show. And I don't want to do that because a lot of you guys are really funny, but just the fucking whining, the whinging. I don't like, and then blaming me for it. Like, hey, I'm done. I'm blocked on YouTube. I'm done with you. I've now looked for you specific. I've used fucking airtime to look for you specifically 4 times now. I don't know what you want. I don't see you on the blocked users list. I'm giving you a shitload of respect because I like you. And you're just fucking bitching at me. Don't know what to tell you. Oh my God. All right, guys. Throw in a couple of bucks. Now I'm stressed. Now I'm bothered. That actually did fucking bother me. Throw in a couple of bucks. Let's knock out today's goal. Let's call it a win. I want to be at 100 by 9 o'clock or I'm going to fucking lose my mind. We got 9 minutes to do it. We're $65 away. Please contribute. I appreciate it. Florida teacher and vice principal arrested after a video surfaces showing a student in a chokehold. Now, far be it from me to take sides against a child being abused by a teacher. But I am willing to bet that 95% of people, if they were able to see the entire video of the whole interaction between this teacher and student from start to finish, 95% of adults would go, he got what he fucking deserved. Because schools have become like fucking prisons at this point. They really have. It's just like you're not allowed, like teachers basically have to cower behind their desk. Teachers get hit. Teachers are getting screamed at. I mean, the shit that kids are just able to yell at teachers now would scare the shit out of me to hear in school. Remember when a kid would like talk back to a teacher and swear at them? And it was so rare and you just go, oh my God. And you'd wonder what was going to happen next. That fear is gone. Like it doesn't exist anymore. Kids just fucking go up right in teachers' faces and yell at them. And they'll like, you know, jump at them or pretend to punch them and the teacher will flinch and all that shit. And then if the teacher ever puts one hand on the student, it's hands across America for the fucking cunt kid that started the whole thing. And then parents are dog shit now too. And they go, not my baby. My baby wouldn't do anything wrong. It must be your mean teachers. No, you raised a rotten apple. You raised a piece of shit. And now the only person who can help us stop this kid from being a piece of shit, you, is being a dumb bitch about it. By the way, I'm not talking about single moms. I kind of am. But honest to God, you see the way these students are allowed to behave in school now. And then you wonder why teachers are hitting and choking kids. This shit doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes out of shitty kids with garbage parents, and they send those garbage fucking kids to school, and their kids misbehave, treat people like shit. You know, my parents, if I would have been like harassing a teacher and a teacher knocked me on my ass, my parents would probably say, why didn't you do it sooner if he was being an asshole? But that's not the way it goes now. I was like, old millennials are at the tail end of parents blaming their kids for shit. It was somewhere around middle millennials where parents started taking their kids' side in some of these things. And it's the dumbest fucking thing because how many times have you known a high school kid to tell you the truth about an interaction with a teacher where they were misbehaving? They never do. Taking a kid's side and shit like that is a losing effort, especially if it's your kid. But somewhere around the middle millennial age, parents stopped believing the teachers and started believing their kids. And that spelled disaster for discipline. Fuck you, dude, with $10 over on YouTube. Thank you so much, buddy. He says, I like your moxie, kid. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Those fucking donations keep this show going. And I know we're hanging on by a fucking thread lately. And I so appreciate everything you're doing to keep this show alive, man. 160 away. Knock that out for us, guys. I really appreciate you allowing me to do this. And that's the only way we get to do it. So, again, looks like we're going to miss $100 at 9 o'clock. That fucking sucks. But if we can get her down and we can get this within striking distance, I feel good about today. Safety tip. So anyway, this the Florida teacher. The video posted by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office shows Benny Leverett, 39, a teacher at the school, put a student in a chokehold, restricting the student's ability to breathe before eventually releasing the hold. It happened in January at Progress Village Middle School. Tashika Fabian, 41, the school's vice principal, met with Leverett and the student after becoming aware of the incident. However, Fabian did not report the incident to Child Abuse Hotline or law enforcement. Good. Let the school handle it. It's a disciplinary issue. We don't need to get the fucking cops involved. You know what we need to get the cops involved in? Stopping school shooters. You know, maybe if every time a teacher puts a hand on a kid or a kid puts a hand on a teacher, you call the cops in. Maybe if you had the cops interview these kids who are making threats about being school shooters, maybe we can keep an eye on these fuckers a little more often. Both were arrested. So the teacher and the vice principal were arrested in connection with a child abuse investigation. This is insane that this is happening. The video was deleted but later recovered by detectives. So a student recorded the video She told, and then the vice principal told the student to delete the footage. Leverett was arrested on March 14th. Fabian was arrested on September 4th. Again, this is just going to cause more teachers to feel defenseless in their classroom, to not be able to discipline their students, and it's going to lead to a less safe school environment. And then these same people that have this teacher and this vice principal arrested are going to be the same people who are wondering, gee, I wonder why the schools are getting more violent. I wonder why we're having more disciplinary actions. And they'll say it's racist. They'll say it's the school to prison pipeline. Not because kids are acting like shit and we don't let anybody discipline them. And their fucking parents aren't going to do it because they think these parents think that these kids are fucking angels who didn't do nothing. God, I fucking had it. We're raising horse shit. And they're going to grow up to be dog shit. And take it from someone who's an adult. We have enough dog shit. We don't need to be producing more. Garbage in, garbage out. Let's go ahead and watch this video. I 100%, I do not believe that this kid didn't start a whole bunch of shit with this teacher and get what he fucking deserved. Notice that this kid recorded 48 seconds of this. Not the 3 or 4 minutes that this probably lasted, but just the 48 seconds where the poor little boy looks like a victim. What's he doing up here? Oh, look, it's edited too. Oh, I was looking at this kid. Oh, he's already got the kid in a chokehold. So we record it while he's got the fucking hold on. We don't even see what happened. And she's laughing.
Get your help, your homeboy. Oh.
He's not gonna respond.
He can't. He's dying. You killing him.
Oh, fuck off. God damn it. They watch TV. They see the George Floyd shit and they fucking learn how to be perfect little victims. I don't believe that these kids aren't fucking menaces in that classroom. And that teacher, dude, these teachers, I know I come down hard on teachers, but they got a tough fucking job. And some of them work in schools that are damn near like prisons.
He's crying. Oh, get him, Katie. Oh. Wait.
Where's the rest of this video?
He going in the room about it. Okay, I'm starting recording.
Wow. So you start recording while the kid's in the hold. We don't show what that fucking kid did. And then the parent will go, oh, my baby, he wouldn't have done nothing. Yeah, you know what teachers want to do? They just want to start choking kids out. Just for no reason. They want that headache. They want that headache. It's not going to get better, by the way. It's like it's not going to improve at all. At what point do we decide, you know what? Here's what we have to do. Some kids we just have to start giving up on and just let them leave because they're being disruptive. Nobody was learning anything at that moment. Nothing good was happening there. It's just starts shitty, stays shitty. So let that kid leave school. He doesn't want to be there. Let him leave. Get the people who don't want to be there out of there. And then the teacher won't have to put him in a chokehold. Willy-nilly with $4.99. Oh, boy, he really doesn't like me. So he's worried about money, but haven't done anything to change that. You're the definition of crazy. Quit being lazy. I don't know. I do fucking 8 shows a week trying to keep this thing on the air. So I got to disagree with you there, Willy-nilly. But thank you for the $4.99. Your opinion is appreciated. We're 155 away from today's goal. Let's see if we can hit it. That's the only thing wrong with this show is that we need money. That's all. Everything else about this show is fucking crushing and killing, and the numbers are higher than ever. And I know that bothers some of you, but I just have to point it out. Thank you. Wildcard with $5 over on PayPal says, I stole this from the dead hooker behind your house. It's technically on my neighbor's property. That's not my dead hooker. That's why it hasn't been cleaned up. Adam Simon gifting a membership. Thank you very much, buddy. We're an even $1.50 away from today's goal. Knock it out, guys. Rally up and let's do this thing. no matter which platform you want to donate on. Let's get this 150 hammered out and call it another win for the toe. Let's go into the chat a little bit, but our next story has to do with people in Virginia who aren't storing their firearms properly. Yeah, Kloppo Graham says Coach Carter vibes. A little bit. Packerbacker says you're going to get fired either way. Might as well make it worth it. Well, now this guy's he's been arrested over that. He's been arrested. He put that kid in the chokehold for a reason. I believe it 100%. And until you can show me that whole interaction, this guy shouldn't be charged with shit. Because we don't have a full documentation of what happened. There's never a lead up, only the action. It's why everyone has such knee-jerk reactions. I mean, you're right, Zen Man Builds, but why how many fucking times do people have to see the original story that they go gaga over be torn apart when we get full context before they start realizing maybe I shouldn't be a knee-jerk retard? Maybe I should wait a fucking second. We don't. We never do. You know why? Because once people get the answer they want, they stop looking for answers. That's what it is. That's why if you tell most people that George Floyd died of not of asphyxiation, that there were no bruises on the neck and the back, if you tell people that George Floyd died from cardiac arrest and that he had enough fentanyl and meth in his system to be an OD, they'll go, what? No, that's propaganda. It's like, no, that's in the fucking coroner report. The doctor said that. No, right, because you've never heard that. It sounds like a conspiracy theory to you because when you got, I'm a victim, the cops are bad, this guy was innocent, he didn't do nothing, you stopped looking for answers, you lazy fuck. SP really shouldn't have shown me that documentary yesterday because now I'm just all worked up. Now I'm just mad. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, these kids are overreacting. Aaron angrily screams at the top of his lungs. I mean, he's got a point, right? As I'm shouting here in a Red Bull rage. These kids are unhinged, for fuck's sake. Packerbacker says it never gets to this point unless the kid has been in absolute terror. Agreed. No Child Left Behind really fucked the teacher's ability to punish poor students. Yeah. Look, some kids need to be held back because they're immature and stupid. It's necessary. Landers says schools are literally indoctrinating children. It's government-ran public education. We should have expected all of this. Gets worse, though. Atomic Ray says they are giving our nation to retards. Think tank that, you smart-ass fuckers. Are you calling them smart-ass fuckers or smart? I don't know. Jesse ESP says, hey, Aaron, you're doing a good job. Keep it up. I'm here for you. I'm from Texas. Let's go, baby. Let's go, Cowboys. Oh, don't make me say that. I don't want to say go, Cowboys. Stop it. Ugh. McBuster says Generation Done Baby. Oh, maybe that's it. We need to figure out how we can get the Done Babies involved with all this. All right, guys, $150 away from today's goal. A little less than an hour to go. Throw us some money. We are a decent rally or two away from getting this thing knocked out and making what we need to keep this show on the air. It's, like I said, skin of our teeth situation for a little while here. It's going to be super thin. We appreciate you guys chipping in the way you do. Just a little more. And we'll have this thing knocked out today, and we will do 30 minutes of overtime. Let's do this next one. This is Virginia. And if you're a gun owner, you're going to hate this. This is going to be one of those stories that makes you look bad, and you just hope that nobody proposes a law because of it. Maddie B. Ski. All right, I'm holding you to it. Maddie B. Ski, I am banning you from the chat forever if you don't hold up your end of the bargain on this. He says, say let's go Lions, and I'll send you $10. Okay. I just said, let's go Lions. So in the next 5 minutes, I need that $10 or you're gone. For fraud, You're banned for fraud from Steel Toe. If people are wondering, do you really need the money? I just said, let's go Lions for $10. Yes, I need the fucking money that bad. So Maddie B. Ski, you're on the clock. I really, if you're catching me at the do anything for a buck phase of my broadcasting, that's for sure. Here you go, guys. Let's go to Virginia. You're going to be pissed if you're a gun owner.
Check this one out. A lot of talk lately about the safe storage of guns, but an incident in Chesterfield is a prime example of what not to do.
Uh-oh.
Firefighters got a call to put out a fire at a home last night, and the homeowner was saying that the oven had exploded. Firefighters opened the oven door, and lo and behold, there was a gun inside.
You want to talk about red flag laws? Here's a red flag that a gun is probably owned illegally. If you're storing it in your kitchen appliances, if there's a gun in the freezer or the fridge or the oven or the microwave, chances are this is not a legal gun owner that we're talking about. So this asshole, if you're wondering, you can see it in the oven there, preheated the oven and put a fucking pizza in. The gun got heated up and it went off and fired into the kitchen. Because, again, the fucking genius who owns this house, let's be honest, rents, decided to hide their gun in the oven because it was totally purchased the legal way.
Why the gun was there, still not clear, but someone put the gun in there and forgot about it and turned on the oven. The gun got too hot and 5 rounds went off.
Brilliant. Just brilliant. Do you charge the gun owner with murder if that would have hit somebody and killed them? Maddie B with $10 says, you're gay, but I did it. There you go. Thank you for the $10, Maddie B. That's an honest man right there. That's an honest man. 140 away from today's goal. All right, we're inside of 150. Silver Wolf with $5 says, I've heard of an ammo cook-off, but damn. It's a terrible joke. 135 away from today. Atomic Ray says, Detroit Lions. R.I.P. 313. Thank you for the $3. Atomic Ray. And yes, R.I.P. Redbeard. Of course. I can see one in the chamber going off, but 4 more. That is interesting. Yeah, how does the... No. It goes off and then it automatically reloads. Another one goes up in the chamber. Gun fires, another round. Gun fires, another round. That makes sense. That 4 would go off. I mean, you fired a pistol before, right? You fired a semi-automatic pistol. Pull the trigger. Next round reloads. So, I mean, it makes, makes sense to me. You're making me feel dumb now. It just doesn't make sense to me that you'd keep a gun in the oven. Again, the whole keeping the gun in the oven thing, to me, seems a little like you're trying to hide it from more than just the kids. That's all. 135 away from today's goal. Keep it going, guys. We are getting ever closer to hammering this thing out, and boy, do I appreciate it. We got about 50 minutes, 50 left to go. Get into that PayPal, get into that Venmo, get into that YouTube, get into that Rumble Rants, and let's finish off that 135. You guys want to play a game? Let's play a game of whodunit. I want to know what happened here. In Minnesota, there's a man in custody after firing an AK-47 style rifle in a Minneapolis apartment. Now, first of all, this is what I hate about government and media when it comes to guns. There's no such thing as an AK-47 style rifle. That's like saying a Buick style car. It's either a Buick or it's not. It's either an AK-47 or it's not. This is just the news not knowing what guns are. Just say a rifle. They say AK-47 rifle, and I'll tell you why they say that. To scare the living fuck out of stupid people. Because AK-47 is associated with like Bond villains and killing a bunch of people. And AK-47, that's a weapon of war. But if you say, man in custody after firing rifle in a Minneapolis apartment, that might not scare the shit out of everyone quite enough. But if you say AR-15 style or AK-47 style, oh, that'll get them worked up, even though there's no such thing as an AK-47 style rifle. There's an AK-47 rifle. That's real, but not AK-47 style. So let's play whodunit. Who you think's running up in an apartment building in the 4000 block of Minnehaha Avenue Saturday morning with a rifle and going ape shit? Let's go ahead and take a look and see if they tell us. Names would help, I suppose. All right, we got ourselves a little ad, and then we're off.
Back home, new details in a Minneapolis incident that lasted throughout the night that began with a man allegedly opening fire in an apartment building. Sammy Selena explains what happened.
Piecing together what happened last night is the Howe neighborhood in South Minneapolis.
I was talking to a neighbor and, I heard some gunshots and I was like, oh, that was gunshots that I heard at that time.
Before 11 p.m., police say they got a call about a man walking around with a shotgun.
It's just kind of scary to know that somebody was actively walking around.
Guys, some of your guesses are not looking good right now. South Minneapolis, taking a look around the neighborhood. I don't know.
Around with armed weapons and guns.
Officers couldn't find him, but they believe he popped up again hours later.
About 4:30 a.m., we began to receive dozens of 911 calls regarding shots fired.
Some callers were in an apartment building on the 4000 block of Minnehaha and heard shots right outside their door.
And that they could hear people banging on their doors, and that they could also hear glass shattering.
MPD.
Oh my, Stone Cold! Stone Cold! It's Stone Cold is here with a Rifle King! By God, Stone Cold is shooting up the apartment building. By God, Stone Cold just blew the face off a 5-year-old king.
Chief Brian O'Hara says his officers heard gunfire when they went in and began...
That'd be great. You know you're in a high-crime area when you hear glass shatter, and then your immediate thought afterwards is dun-dun, 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 dun.
Evacuating residents.
The officers located a suspect in the north stairwell, and one officer discharged his weapon one time. The suspect was then able to be disarmed of both an AK-47 rifle as well as what appears to be a .45 caliber handgun.
Well, shit, he was coming to do some damage then. Do we have a name of this assailant? I mean, I'm sure people would like to know his name so that we could protect ourselves from, from any future problems.
Police say the suspect was shot in the jaw and is expected to live. No one else...
Oh, but he's going to have to wear a funny fucking hat or something, though. Getting shot in the jaw and living? We're not eating solid foods for a while.
Was hurt. With him was a backpack full of ammunition, a pistol, and an AK-47.
We need some actual gun reform.
Sounds like a white boy. I don't know. Oh, get ready for this pussy-ass white guy to come on TV and talk about how we need gun reform. Here we go. The whole reason they reported the story in the first place so we could pontificate about fucking gun control. Because I'm sure all of these weapons he had were legally obtained. And I'm sure the people who need to pay the price for this are law-abiding citizens who are exercising their Second Amendment right. That's absolutely, if we go after them, then all of these psychotic criminals are going to stop doing this.
We need some actual gun reform. I am a gun owner, but I'm a responsible gun owner, and it wouldn't affect me at all if there was stricter policies.
O'Hara says there...
that is such a shallow view of freedom. Well, they can go ahead and restrict other people's Second Amendment rights because I don't think it's ever going to affect me. Yeah, famous last words of someone losing their gun is that, make rules as long as it stops other people, but, don't make it stop me.
They're unsure about motive. They say the suspect lives in that building, but police haven't run into him before.
I'm incredibly thankful that they performed as heroically as they did, that they were able to stop this before anyone was hurt.
The BCA is now...
All right, I definitely know what the person with the gun looked like because they won't tell us his name or show us any photos. That's pretty telling. I mean, because if you're the news, look, you might want to put his name on TV because other people might know him. They might know what he's going through, and it might speak to the motive of the shooting. You might want to tell us what this guy's name is. Somebody could have information out there that might help the case. Oh, we're not going to do that, are we? We're not going to do that in this situation. A big thank you going out to Benjamin. With $20 over on PayPal. Coltrane with $1 says, that's like saying I'm not racist. I have black friends. Yeah, right? Thank you very much, Benjamin, for the $20 and Coltrane for the $1. Benjamin, your $20 brings us down to $115. We are getting close. Closer and closer. Everybody throwing in is going to make sure that we knock out that $115 goal with no problem today. All the links are in the chat. They're pinned to the top of the page. I want to see some gifted memberships today. I want to see some new members. That's a fucking, God damn it. Why do I always do that? I was having a remarkably not gay day today. I was having, you could even argue, a less gay day than usual. And then I just went ahead and homoed it up, didn't I? I'd like to see some new members today. Well, cat's out of the bag. I'd like to see some new members today. S'il vous plaît. If you please. Appreciate it. About 800 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Go ahead and hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. Peaking out at 1,000 again today. Thank you guys very much for that. Great. It's great to see those 4 digits, man. I appreciate it. Great to see those subscriptions going up as well. Becoming a member is a great way to support this show monthly. Really appreciate that. And it helps keep the goal down. If we can go up in memberships, every new member being anywhere between $3 and $5, we knock that off monthly. So consider becoming a member on YouTube or a $5 member on Rumble as well. So I will say that, Chevy fan says it was actually him shooting up the apartment saying, I was looking for steel toe donations. Oh, well, that makes sense. All right, only 115 away from today. Let's make it a nice and easy one. Thank you guys for the Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, all that shit. We're getting close today. I hope we all band together like a big happy family and KO the rest. School bus driver arrested for allegedly driving drunk again, we're staying in Minnesota for this next one. I get it, by the way. I really do. I get bus drivers driving drunk. That's not a fun gig. And I would say that middle school is probably the toughest one to drive bus for. Like elementary school, the kids are still pretty young. Most of them are probably relatively well behaved. But the middle school ones, they're starting to be teenagers. They're just fucking cunts. High school's not as hard because like half the kids are driving. So you don't have to worry about, damn near grown-ups riding on your bus. Middle school's got to be the worst. And there's 2 ways to drive your bus drunk, and I understand. One way is you just went out and got shit hammered the night before and you don't realize you're still fucked up. That's one way. The other way is you're about done with this job. You've had it and you're just fucking taking sips throughout the day. It's not right. It's not legal. You shouldn't do it. It's bad. But I get it. I understand. The bus driver has a hard work just driving all around, dropping people off. Yeah, that's hard work. That's not the hard work. The hard work is putting up with these little fuckers. That's the issue. You know what I like? You know what, Aaron? I like it lonely. I don't have a girlfriend either, and I'm lonely, and it's better that way. I don't answer bullshit. Or bitches, one of the two. I don't know which one he's writing. Look, I'll say it. I've said it before. I'll say it again. I don't have a girlfriend. I just have a girl who would get really mad if she heard me say that. That's what I have. Chevy fan says Kamala is going to grill and corner Trump on gun reform. Have you seen the news cycle lately? I haven't really. I prepped the show before the show. And then the rest kind of becomes evening show material. But I don't know. I'm not sure I've seen any of like news on like Trump or on like shootings and stuff today. Or that Kamala Harris is going to go after Trump on what do you call it? The gun issue. I don't think enough people really have the gun thing as their top issue. I really don't. I think most people have, groceries getting cheaper, gas getting cheaper. They want to hear about that. They don't want to hear about fucking gun problems, especially since all these school shooters tend to fit a very specific profile and we do nothing to stop it. You know what I'd like to hear as an American? How we're going to get rid of the fucking FBI, who seem like a cancer on this country. Dive Bar says, rumor is you have 2 girlfriends. I do not. I appreciate. I've got people who are the worst at hating in the world. Like, oh man, I fucking hate Steel Toe. Let's make up rumors. All right, what's the rumor? He just gets all kinds of pussy. What? I mean, with haters like you, who needs fans? I'm not talking about you, Dead Game. Or Dive Bar. I'm talking about people in general. But like, I hate Steel Toe. Like, Melton fans are the most retarded human beings on earth. I mean, they are the dumbest people. Let's be fair. But Steel Toe haters really are a special breed. Like, man, you guys ready? Let's put our big brains together and let's come up with a rumor that's going to really make Aaron look like an asshole. All right, what is it? Let's say that he gets shitloads of pussy. And what are you going to say about the guy you like? Let's say that, yeah, even though he says really creepy shit about kids and he sexualizes children in a lot of his material, he's still better than Aaron? So we're going to say Aaron has like underage girlfriends? No, we're going to say he's getting like adult pussy a lot. And that our guy, says weird, creepy shit about kids. That's your plan. Yeah, we're going to execute it to the T too, man, because we got nothing else to do all fucking day. Best of luck. I mean, ouch. Don't wound me. Yeah, Helgi's right. Maybe that's what it is. Steel Toe haters look at someone having a girlfriend and go, what a fag. McBuster says some of Melton's fans are just fucking MAPs supporting a fellow marginalized minority. Oh, man. And then some of the stuff you guys are writing, I can't even read. Gray Duckling with $2 says the AK story was jaw-dropping. I get it. Stephen Bravo with $2 says, let's go, Windows 98 shirt. Put that to your goal. You got it, Stephen Bravo. And by the way, I said at the beginning of the show, you can't get to me on this shirt. I love this shirt. This is a great shirt. So I say, chip away at my shirt. You can't hurt me. 115 away from today. Let's do it, boys and girls. Let's get that 115 hammered out before I even ever have to sweat gravy in a half hour. Landers says, Melton I can't read that either. Rusty Grammer says, onions are a new level of tard. I mean, you feel bad for them. They are really fucking stupid. Chad Buzamak. Chad Buzamak says, what garage sale did you buy that shirt at? This was a Goodwill find. Someone says I missed a $2 thing here. Well, let me go up and find it. No, I didn't. Oh, Approachable, $2 says, do the claps. No, Approachable, you want me to say that? $20. $20 and I will say that. I am not saying that for $2, Approachable. No fucking way. That is $20 to say that. Chad Buzamak says, what garage sale did you buy it at? I was talking to SP yesterday, and she goes, why did you tell people that you got that shirt at or that you got those shorts at a garage sale, and that you got the swim trunks at a garage sale and everything else? And I'm like, what? I like it. I like that I got, my shorts, the two pairs of shorts, a shirt, shorts, and swim trunks for $3. I love that. She goes, but people are going to make fun of you. And I go, who gives a fuck? Have you looked at these people? What's going to happen? Is Ian Hawke going to make fun of me? Ian Hawke is one of the biggest fucking losers who ever lived. If we were all in high school, we'd just be bullying the shit out of him and everybody would laugh. Who gives a shit? Chad Buzamak? I love Chad Buzamak. He's busting my balls. I love it. Bapa Shab, he loves me. We're having fun. What happened to men? What happened to men just fucking taking the piss out of each other? Oh, boy. Approachable with $20. All right, let's go, Packers. Let's go, Packers. Let's go, Packers. There you go. How's that? You guys are still 0-1. How's that feel? $100 away from today's goal. There we go. We're only a century mark away with a little over a half hour to go. Thank you guys very much. $100 away. We can do it on Steel Toe. You buy clothes from Goodwills and garage sales. You microwave pizza rolls. You are these people, says Buffalo Jockey. I like a deal. What can I tell you? Kevin Soundboard says, see, the gravy is starting to drip, but it's all in good fun. I don't have gravy dripping right now. I think $100 is very knockoutable, but I think I now just insured with that level of confidence that I'm going to be sweating gravy in a half hour. Let's go to Dive Bar says, Chad and Kevin on a stream. It was insufferable. Really? I thought those two worked well together. I don't watch MLC anymore. It's not that like I don't like it. I think Kevin's great. I just don't watch stuff anymore. It's football season. If I'm on YouTube, I'm watching football shit. I'm watching documentaries, and that's about it. That's about it. And stuff people send me that can help. I'll put it that way. And that stuff gets sent over as well. We got some, like I said, we got some interesting news yesterday. I'm cautiously optimistic. All right. I'm just reading my messages. It's very good things. Let's go to some people had some really funny fucking pussy jokes. And I can't find them now because we got going on other shit. Citizen M says, you think haters hate over rumors of getting pussy? No, I'm saying they make up, like, some of the rumors they make up about me are like, he's getting pussy. It's like, guys, that's not how you shit talk people. That's not like, they go like, he has 2 girlfriends right now. Yeah, what a queer. Michael Alberto. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Here we go. Michael Alberto is back. Hey, buddy. Good to see you again. Oh, boy. Well, he got us under the century mark for today. But he says, COG got it. Here comes the COG A-logs or the COG haters. COG got a math problem wrong on Twitter. A 14-year-old could get. Speaking of COG and 14-year-olds, did you know COG? Thank you, Michael Alberto. I hope me reading those and then having to tap out in the middle. I hope you sit at your computer watching this show or your phone and you're laughing. I hope it entertains you because it fucking... Every time you send us $5, I appreciate it so much, but it's just... I'm like, all right, with Michael Alberto's super chats, when am I going to have to tap out? That's always the question. Hey, only $95 away from hammering out today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo are in the chat. Thank you. Kevin's soundboard says, Kevin loves you. He's offered to have you on, no legal talk. He'll discuss football the whole time and pay you. Well, the problem is it's the super chats. And I don't want to get into a spot where I have to tell Kevin like how to do his show. I don't want to do that. I'm like what do you call it? Kind of a liability right now. So I don't want to do that to Kevin. When things here, I'll promise you this. If I go on any show, which I may or may not, after all this shit is over with, the only show I would ever consider going on is Misery Loves Company. Because Kevin always treats me nice. Kevin always is fair. So yes, when everything's all over, the only show I would even consider going on is Misery Loves Company. Jesse SP says, what can I say? Nothing on this stream. What? I don't understand what that means. Oh, they're arguing about all kinds of shit. By the way, Jesse SP, you are not banned. I love that when people start writing, they're like, can I say hi? And people are responding him, no. He goes, am I banned from okay? Never mind. You're not banned. You're fine. Papa Shab says no Anna interview. I would have Anna on this show. That's the difference. I would have Anna on this program. I would go on Misery Loves Company. Chad Buzamok says KB is a slow brain dementia-ridden dolt. I don't agree. I find Kevin so funny. There was some clip I was watching of Kevin yelling at Gino and Melton. And he would just, like, these guys would be talking retarded. And then Kevin just stops it, and he's just immediately red-faced and shouting. And he just started, like, Kevin will be watching something, and he'll just be kind of staring and looking, and he'll just pause, and he goes, Melton's a fucking idiot. These guys are fucking stupid. They're the dumbest fucking people alive. Melton, you're a fat fuck. It's just like, it's just unbridled rage. Nobody does hostility better than Kevin Brennan. And that's coming from a guy who can do hostility. I bow to his abilities when it comes to the ability to lose his fucking shit. Nana's Clam says, Nana would love to be on your program. Send the link. I'm good. $95 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for your support and adoration, I'm going to say. All right, let's get to this drunk-ass school bus driver who I partially empathize with a little bit. I understand drinking on the job if you're a bus driver.
Back in our area, a St. Louis County school bus driver was arrested this morning for allegedly driving drunk with 17 kids on board.
They just say that part to guilt trip you. Oh, 17 kids on board. Would it be better if there were 2? Would it be worse if there were 25? You're hammered with kids on board driving a bus. It's bad either way. Like, oh, 17. We know if we read you this story and there were only 8 on the bus, you would think, whatever. That's fine. You can replace 8. But 17, oh my God.
Someone called authorities overnight saying they saw the 44-year-old bus driver drinking off the clock, and they were worried he wouldn't be sober by morning.
Well, fuck off, you tattletale. A guy can't get a little shit house at 12 a.m. when he's got to drive a bus at 6 a.m.? What's that? Oh, medically you shouldn't because the alcohol won't be processed out of your system? Oh, well then fuck. Okay, well, maybe they have a point then. Yeah, I want to call because my neighbor's a bus driver and he's fucking shit-hammered right now. How do you know that, ma'am? Because I'm taking shots with him. 12 a.m. He's getting Do you know how fucking ripped you have to be for your neighbors to call in that you're not going to be able to drive a bus in the morning?
Authorities contacted the driver around 6 a.m. and he told them he wasn't working that day. But about an hour later, the district found out the driver was working and was already on his route.
What a little shitbag. So he was shit-faced. And they did get a tip, and they called him. They said, hey, man, we just got a call that you might be a little fucked up and that you shouldn't be driving the bus today. That's all right. I'm not driving the bus today. Oh, okay. Thank God. Well, sleep it off, sir. All right. Thank you. And then right afterwards, he just fires up the engine and starts picking up kids. I don't want to like this guy, but...
Shortly after, authorities pulled him over near Saginaw on his way to drop those kids off at South Ridge School in Culver.
Okay, so now all those kids are going to be late for school. The bus driver hadn't hit anybody. He had picked up a bunch of kids, hadn't hit another car, hadn't gone off the road. Seemed like he was doing fine. Seems like all the cops did was get in the way. This guy was doing his job. This is why we need a test. I think Doug Stanhope once said this, that we need to have a driver's test where you get to do shots at the DMV and then like you test at different alcohol levels. And that's what your blood alcohol gets to be before you're considered drunk driving. I like that idea because this guy seems like he was doing fine. He picked up all the kids. Sure, he was a little fucked up from the day before. He had some rollover minutes going. It happens. You know, what are you going to do? Line us up and shoot us? And he was getting the kids to school just fine.
Where Northern News Now's Cara Kopp is live tonight. Cara, what have you been able to learn so far?
Oh, she hurt herself. I can fix her.
Yeah, Dan Briggs, I arrived here around the time that school was letting out and got the chance to talk to parents and students. While the students didn't talk on camera, they did tell me they were shocked when they heard the news. One 8th grade student we spoke to wasn't on the bus, but knows kids who were. He says he first found out about the situation when he realized some of his friends didn't come to school. That's when he started asking around and says that's when he learned what happened.
What a boring fucking kid. Jesus, what are you going to tell us next? What you had for breakfast? You grapefruit? So again, it's not the bus driver's fault that the kids didn't get to school on time. It's the cop's fault. He was doing his job. He was doing great.
The student says he was initially surprised, but then glad that at least...
Plus, you're in a school bus. Even if you fuck up in a school bus, you're probably just going to hurt the other car, and then, you can limp back into the school, and everyone will be fine.
All of his classmates were safe. As for one parent we caught up with who had a child on the bus, she says she is livid about the situation, saying it's up to bus drivers to ensure children get to school safe rather than endanger their safety.
He was getting them to school safe. He didn't go over any yellow lines. He didn't drive onto the rumble strips. He didn't do anything like that. He was getting your kids to school safe. He just happened to have a few shots the night before. I think this guy's getting railroaded, to be honest with you.
I want to know why he wasn't stopped last night or before he got on his bus this morning in my...
Because he lied to them when they called. I mean, in fairness, ma'am, they tried their best. He just went, I'm not working today. Oh, okay. Well, that's a relief. And starts it up and drives.
Son got on the bus. We all could have lost our kids on the second day of school.
Would it be better if you lost them on the 8th day of school? Shut the fuck up. This guy's fine. He did a great job. Give him his job back. Let him go back to work. How about a little bit of gratitude for the fact that this guy, completely shit-faced, still had your kid's safety in mind and was driving safely?
Over something that was 100% preventable.
Authorities say the driver's preliminary breath test results indicated his blood alcohol content at the time was 0.16.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good. That's double the legal limit. All right, that's bad. And by the way, that's rollover minutes from the night before. How fucking schnockered was he that evening? Like when that neighbor called at 12 a.m., how fucked up was he that he's still blowing a .16 at 7 in the morning? Oh, boy.
Minnesota statute states that there is zero tolerance for a person to be under the influence of any amount of alcohol while operating a school bus.
Bunch of fucking Swedish incel prudes. Can't even be a little hammered when you're driving kids to school. What about this guy? He's blowing a .16 and he's still getting the kids to school safely.
Driver was arrested for a DWI. However, authorities say that his charges are still pending. We will bring you any updates on the situation as they come in.
Situation that could have ended a lot differently this morning. Cara Cop live for us at South Ridge.
But it didn't, and that's worth something.
School in Culver tonight. Thank you, Cara. And while St. Louis County School District leaders were not available for an interview, they did share this statement. Superintendent Dr. Reggie Engebretson said they take student and staff safety very seriously, and they're working with the sheriff's office as they investigate. Engebretson says even though there is a shortage of bus drivers in their district, they're trying to make sure they have enough drivers to cover routes and get students to class safely.
Well, you're not going to do a very good job if you keep kicking out the drunk ones who can still get the kids to school on time. I mean, look, the guy, he rolled the dice, but it came up sevens. Yeah, Helgi says, boo-hoo, fuck these Karens and their faux outrage. Exactly. I mean, worse things can happen. You could have had a female driver. Yeah, rethinking it now, aren't you? Chevy fan says, I had a Somalian school bus driver in high school, would purposely speed over speed bumps to bounce us off the roof. It was awesome. Yeah, Dead Game says, so you're saying he's a hell of a driver. Exactly. Labglass says, turns out if the bus driver would have been drunk in Appalachia, it would have saved lives. You piece of shit. If only all the Appalachia bus drivers that day would have gone on fucking benders, there would have been nobody to kill. Except the dumb cunt principal who, once they found out the school was going to be attacked, just said, no, I guess we'll just keep school on for today. Fucking asshole. Oh, that is an Appalachia joke. Oh, boy. Lander says, could be worse. At least it wasn't Sydney, Ohio, and an illegal monkey from Haiti flipped a bus, killing one and injuring like 12 kids. Jesus Christ, is that true? Get ready for Springfield, Ohio to be like the news capital of the world for a lot of like right-wing sites, because it's just going to be eating ducks and fucking all kinds of shit. It's going to be weird. New guy says, you get mad about jokes about your kid. Did I get mad? I think I just point out that it's a scummy thing to do. I guess as long as it's not your kids with the drunk bus driver. Well, yeah. I always get a kick out of that. You're like, I bet you wouldn't think it was so funny if it was your kid on that bus. No, that would be horrifying. I would hate that. That would be terrible. But you know what? I bet you other people would laugh at it. Same thing. I don't understand when people try to call out the hypocrisy on that. It's like, no, if my kids were on that bus, I'd be like that mom. I'd be fucking terrified and infuriated. But it's not, so fuck it. And again, I'm sure other people would laugh at my kids being on a school bus with a drunk bus driver. It's just, this is how the game go. Grandson flipping on the packs on the payroll. Michael Alberto with $4.99. Here we go. Oh, wait, no, I did that one already. Stephen Bravo with $2. Says, let's go. Yes, let's go indeed. Michael Alberto with $4.99. Says, did you see that Cog makes Dan's daughter cosplay as Ethan Ralph? What would you do if a shiftless bum addict PDF like Cog did that to your kid? I would not be associating with the Cogs of the world. I think that would solve the issue. Let's continue on here. O'Gain with $2. Thank you, buddy. Says, show us how the bus driver was driving, right? Michael Alberto with $1.99 says, would you let Cog drive a school bus? Probably not. Michael Alberto with $4.99 says, do you think Cog has an unhealthy relationship with Dan's daughter? Would you let Cog be around your kids? No. No, I would not. Michael Alberto. $85 away from today's goal. Guys, we are getting close, and it's 10 minutes before it's sweat gravy time, and see if we can hammer this thing out. But we're $85 away. We're really fucking close. I appreciate you guys getting us down there today. It's really awesome, and it's all been $20 and under. I really appreciate that. Let's see if we can keep those 10s and 20s coming and hammer the rest of this thing out. We've got a lot of material left, too, for overtime. So in these next 15 minutes, let's get it done. Text message coming in. This person says, how much to say blank is fun? Again, $20 today, $20, and I'll say it. As long as I'm legally allowed to. $20, and I'll say what it is you text me. For sure. Thank you, buddy. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships, all of that stuff. Thank you, guys. $85 away. Let's knock it out. I appreciate it. Jesse SP says, Aaron asked this question, but I know if you're going to answer it, but who's the worst enemy ever? And tell me who it is. That's all. My worst enemy ever? I gotta say the Chad rivalry was pretty big. I would say probably the Chad rivalry. Although, I'll just say and then I'll complete that sentence later. How's that? Police request to seize guns from high-risk individuals after Maine's deadliest mass shootings. Get ready, guys. Get ready, because they may not be able to pass any gun laws, but they're going to get desperate enough where they're just going to try shit unilaterally. They're just going to try and grab guns no matter how. You know, I know there's, they haven't been able to pass any of these red flag laws or these gun control laws that they want to. They're going to try and just start doing shit and then go, stop us. You know, like kind of like Biden with the student debt payment stuff, you know, where Biden was just kind of like, oh, yeah, we're just going to pay off a shitload of student loans. And then they had to go to court to get the courts to go, yeah, you can't do that, though. And then, so they would shoot it down. And then he would go again. He's like, no, we're going to pay off a fuckload of student loans. We're like, you can't. You're not legally allowed to do that. So I think as far as this gun thing goes, I think the I think what's going to happen with the guns is that they're just going to try to start doing shit. Governors, presidents, they're just going to start trying to take them away, and it's going to get ugly. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, this is how much I throw at a hot girl dancing naked for me. What's it get me here? Just this. There you go. Portland, Maine. There's been a huge jump in law enforcement requests for Maine courts to allow guns to be seized from people deemed a danger to themselves or others since the deadliest mass shooting in state history, the governor said Friday. So, at least in Maine, I don't know if they're going to try this in other states, the police can just go to a judge and say, we think this person is a danger to themselves. We want to go in and confiscate their guns from them. I don't know, man. This sounds like, I know people hate this term, but this sounds like a slippery slope to the max. This sounds like a real fucking problem. The cops being able to go, we think this guy's a problem. What if it's a guy who criticizes the police department a lot? What if it's somebody who, there's like a domestic dispute or something like that? Nothing's been proven, whatever. Are they going to do the same thing to cops that are in domestic disputes? Get those cops' guns taken away or no? Or are they just going to, I worry that when you just let people unilaterally go and confiscate people's guns, it's going to be a bigger problem than whatever problem you think you're facing now. And if Maine can do it, then other states are going to use Maine as an example of why they should be allowed to do it. This is a terrible idea. Somebody says, and that's why we're thankful for unregistered guns. Right. If they start a gun registry, it would be easy to just go in and start taking people's guns. And as you can see, they want to do that. They want to go in and get the guns from people. So, A, this makes me against the registry. And B, this really worries me that they're going to try to keep doing this over and over in other states and other places. It's not good. Guys, we are $85 away from today's goal, and we are 5 minutes away from sweating gravy time. I want to knock it out. Oh, man, hammering out today's goal would be so awesome. I would be so fucking happy. And then tonight, I think we may use that that excess pot we got on Monday. Yesterday, we talked about that at the end of the evening show, where we got a little excess and we wanted to spread it out throughout the week and knock down the goal with that. I would love to do that for this evening's show because what we want to do this evening is just a straight-up debate coverage show and just talk about the debate, watch Trump and Harris. It's going to be fucking hilarious, in my opinion. So let's knock out that 85. 5 minutes to go until I sweat gravy. Contribute, man. Streamlabs, PayPal, we're almost there. You guys have done an incredible job today. You have no idea how appreciative I am of it. We also got to talk about my boy Eric Church getting nominated for a CMA award. Fucking Morgan Wallen cleaned house on nominations. He got nominated for like 7. Morgan Wallen is like the biggest thing out there right now. I know that I'm a big Post Malone and Eric Church mark, but I think Post Malone might be bigger, Morgan Wallen might be bigger than Post Malone right now. He is everywhere. People love him. And you got to wonder, how much of it is the N-word thing? Because Morgan Wallen was not that big of a deal. And then the N-word thing happened. And then all of a sudden people were like, yeah, fuck yeah, I love Morgan Wallen. He's shooting to the top because he yelled the N-word at his friend. And then he had a drinking problem a couple years ago that he got off the road for. Then he's throwing bar stools off the roof at Eric Church's bar in Nashville. Nashville's one of those weird towns where you can just run into famous country singers just getting hammered. All those people who were at the rooftop of Church's bar. At Chiefs. No, not Church's. Chiefs. Morgan Wallen was just there, and then he started chucking furniture off the roof. That's insane. It's insane. But 7 nominations. That's pretty big. Carlos Cameo says Beyonce got snubbed for that country album she did. There is a God. We're going to talk about that in overtime because Beyonce's fans are mad that she didn't get nominated for a country music award. As if because Beyonce made an album, she deserves to be nominated for it. That fucking shitty country song that she released, that sorry excuse for a country song, is not a country song. It's a pop song that says Texas in it and says hoedown in it. That's it. Like, listen to Post Malone's album. You can tell there's a lot of 90s country influence in that. And he wrote country music songs, whereas Beyonce did pop music and threw a violin in there once in a while. She threw a fiddle in or a banjo, if she even did that. That Beyonce was a no effort in terms of country music. So yeah, all her fans are bitching. Why didn't she get nominated for an award? Because not everything she does deserves a trophy. I'm sorry. Morgan Wallen is only more popular in your area, says Frostalicious. Maybe. Bird Collector says, have you checked out Luke Combs' new album, Father and Sons? Some of it, yeah, it's not that new, is it? The Father and Sons album? I feel like I've had songs from that for a while. Father and Sons, Luke Combs album. I feel like I have. Yeah, because I have the song Hunting by Yourself, Whoever You Turn Out to Be, and My Old Man Was Right. I already have those songs on my playlist. But I'll add the rest of it. Oh, it was released June 14th of 2024. Okay. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, you might be right about this Morgan Wallen N-word fame. I heard Gino is trying to learn acoustic guitar. Very good. Very good. All right, guys, let's sweat gravy. We've got 5 minutes to go. Let's switch into begging mode. Michael Alberto with $4.99. Here we go. Says, biggest problem with Cog driving a school bus is that he is high all the time, or he wants to have smecks with the, I'm not going to read. There you go. I got to the end, Michael Alberto, and I had to tap out at the last part. $4.99 from Michael Alberto. Says, Cog is pro 2A and owns a crossbow. The British government wants Dan's daughter that Cog is, but Cog says over his cold, dead hands. Thank you, Michael Alberto. That's very nice of you. Guys, we are $75 away from today's goal. 4.5 minutes to go. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, gifted memberships. Let's fucking go, baby. $75 away. Let's hammer out this goal. Everyone chip in. We've got a short distance to drive. Your 5s, your 10s, your 20s, your 30s. Approachable says, hey, Aaron, how about the next 10 people to send in $10? Gets a Packer chant, and you have to pretend like you're enthusiastic about it. If 10 people throw in $10, I will play the Packers fight song and chant Go Pack Go in between it. I will do that for you. If we knock out this $75, I'll do the Go Pack Go chant. I am that desperate to hit my goals. Done deal. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, Venmo, etc. I really have a good time doing my show for you. I want to keep doing it, so yes. Oh, actually, I fucked up the time. Now we have 4.5 minutes left. Oopsie daisy. I started the begathon about 30 seconds early. My bad. Chad Buzamok will chastise me appropriately. Chad Buzamok says $1 towards the drunk debate stream tonight. Check Venmo. I'm going to check Venmo, even though I know this is bullshit. I'm checking it. Not going to let him tell me what I can and can't do. Thank you for the $1, by the way. Hey, wait a minute, Chad Buzamok. There's nothing in my Venmo. You son of a bitch. You know what? I will get a little Coca-Cola to go with my Woodford tonight for the debate. All right, guys, 4 minutes away. We got nothing coming in. We got Michael Alberto and Chad Buzamok. That's it. Let's get in there on PayPal. Let's get in there on Streamlabs. Let's get in there on Venmo, YouTube, everything. $75 away. Not much left to go. Aaron, how much for you to dance and sing to the 1985 Bears Super Bowl shuffle? If we knock out tonight's goal, I'll do the Super Bowl shuffle, lyrics and all. We knock out the 75. Dude, I will debase myself for money. We're at that point in this show's history. Michael Alberto with $9.99 says, can you play out to Cog's favorite song, Oingo Boingo song called Little Girls? Michael Alberto, I'm sure Cog just loves you. $70 away from knocking out tonight's goal. Kevin Soundboard says, come on, no cardboard sign quotes with Jesus. This is amateur begging. I'm not the best beggar in the world, but we do need you guys to throw in. We do need you to chip in. We are $70 away. This can be knocked out. We've got 3 minutes left. Get in there. Start throwing in 5, 10. If you like our show, keep it on the air by getting to that number. That's what breaks us even. That's what gets us back to good. That's what will help this show stay on the air and keep Johnny and Matt around and everything else. Thank you guys so much. Let's get to it. You guys got to start moving the wheels, though. Got to start doing this. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I'm going to keep putting the links in the chat. Hey, are you spamming your own chat? Yes, I am spamming my own chat. We are $70 away. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on just a second. $20 from Damien over on Venmo. Thank you very much, buddy. $50 away from knocking out today's goal. 2 minutes to go. 2-minute warning. $50 left. Keep her coming. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Get it done. It's been a good day today. You guys have responded when we needed those rallies. We do appreciate it. We got lots of content still to go for you. And we really appreciate all the support we get. Come on now. $20 is the number. If someone donates the entire week's goal, can you blow Matt on stream? I can't blow Matt on stream for any amount of money. 1.5, not that I would want to. 1.5 minutes left to go. Get your money in. $50 away. Got to knock it out, or at the very least, have to get inside of $50, guys, in order to buy yourselves that extra 30 on credit. Chad Buzamak says, we getting it now. We stretching that goal out through OT or smacking it down now. It's up to you guys, but you're stressing me out again. I'm going to be stressed out every day. That's the price I'm paying for doing this show and, getting to do this for a living. But we need to make that $50. Let's go ahead and do it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. I'm going to spam my chat even more. Get in there. Everybody chip in. Jesse SP says, come on, guys. I love this show. I got no money. Sorry, bro. I failed you. You're fine. Hit like, hit subscribe on every platform we're on. Camo Girl with $4.99. Thank you very much. $45 away from knocking out today. Keep her coming, boys and girls. 40 seconds left to knock out $45. Let's get it done. You don't want me to be a beggy asshole during overtime, do you? Actually, some of you probably do. Let's be fair. All right. We've got 25 seconds left. Everybody start throwing in. We got $45 to go. We got about 15 seconds. Get in there on PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, fucking gifted memberships. Come on, guys. $45 away. Let's do this thing. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. You're getting begging during overtime, but we're $45 away and we've got to hit it. I don't want to feel like a dumb whore doing overtime for you and then not hitting. So what we're going to do is you're going to get bothered for money during this next half hour. The sooner we knock out the 45, the sooner we can just go straight through and do a show. What do you say? So get in there, guys. It's $5 or $10 a pop, and we'll get it taken care of. Streamlabs, PayPal, etc. Jesse SP says, do you like people sniping at you? Yes, of course. It means more fans. Our fucking numbers are through the roof since people started sniping us. Plus, we get to count their listeners as ours. There's probably 2,000 or 3,000 people watching Steel Toe at a time. Leprechaun Blood, becoming a member for 27 months, says, does this count? It counts at the beginning of the month already. Because usually the goal would be 400, 300, but because of the amount of memberships we have, at the beginning of the month, it's 350, 250 for morning and evening. So the more members we get, the more that average number goes down. I think the biggest we had it at was 310, 210 at one point. But economy gets tough or you lose members for whatever reason. That fucking sucks, but we're trying to keep it at 350, 250 because we know that's a lot. And we're trying to, be able to get that for you. But guys, $45 away. It needs to be knocked out. So pretty please, as we're doing overtime here, I'm going to have my hat out. I'm going to be begging you. Throw us a few bucks. And like I said, we are still hitting them. But don't think I haven't noticed that in the last month or so, it has been tougher. It has been more difficult. I just want to make sure we can just keep doing this thing. Zenman Build says, is VIP cumulative or all at once? It has to happen in 7 days. It has to happen in a 7-day period to become a VIP. Thank you for the $5. That puts us at $40 away from today's goal. Get in there and knock it out, guys. We appreciate it. The begging will continue throughout overtime. All right, I'm going to start a story. You throw in the money. Let's get it taken care of. Then I don't have to be a beggy cunt. Pretty please. Cherries on top. Great show. Awesome show today. Just take care of the money part, please. Alleged leaders of white supremacist group charged in effort to encourage terrorism and hate crimes. This is from CNN. We're going to read this story together. And every single story like this to me fucking glows. Like every single one of these stories is, a white supremacist group got arrested and charged. And I'm like, how much do we want to bet this was FBI infiltration? How much do we want to bet that this was feds who set this whole thing up? Like, remember that militia in Michigan? That big, dangerous militia full of retards in Michigan that drank beer and shot rifles in the woods once a month? Until the federal government came in and said, hey, man, we drafted a plan to kidnap the governor of Michigan. You want it? And they're like, no, not really. Like, come on, take it. Like, we don't really want to kidnap the governor of Michigan. Come on, just take the plan that we feds wrote up to kidnap the governor of Michigan. And then they go, all right, fine, I guess we'll take it. And they go, you're under arrest, you white devils. You understand, if you would have left these guys alone, they never would have done any of this at all. Any of it. Let's hit refresh here. I think we've got someone to thank. Thank you to John for $10 over on PayPal. Let's clear that one out of there. Thank you very much. $30 away from today's goal. So let's check out this new white supremacy group that they have. I'm very interested to see. Someone says, look who wrote the article. Oh, Papa Shab, why did you do that to me? Anybody else want to take a look at who wrote the article? God damn it. Why? Why do you guys do this to me every goddamn time? I hate noticing. Alleged leaders of white supremacist group charged in effort to encourage terrorism and hate crimes. Article was written yesterday afternoon. I'm going to give the chat time to catch up. Let's see if they noticed. I'm just waiting. That's all I'm doing. I'm just waiting. Aaron noticing things. Someone says, Lander says tunnel digger. Oh, shit. The article was written by Hannah Rabinowitz. Hannah Rabinowitz wrote this article. God damn it. Knock it off. A federal grand jury in California has handed up charges unsealed on Monday against 2 men who allegedly led an online group that pushed others to attack politicians or commit hate crimes as part of an effort to bring down the U.S. government. I'm really interested to see how capable these fucking people were of bringing down the U.S. government. This should be interesting. The men, 37-year-old Matthew Allison and 34-year-old Dallas Humber, are the leaders of an online white supremacist group called the Terrorgram Collective. That just sounds like someone who sends you nice singing threats in the mail. Like they send a fucking barbershop quartet. Oh, boom, 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 boom. We really hate you. Boom, 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 boom. We want to see you dead. Boom, 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 boom. And we don't care. Boom, boom. If we shoot you in the chest or head. Boom, boom, boom. The Terrorgram Collective. Making threats fun again. The collective subscribes to white supremacist accelerationism, meaning they allegedly believe violence and terrorism are necessary to start a race war, ignite the collapse of the government, and prompt the rise of a white ethno-state. So in other words, white Zionism. I apologize to Hannah Rabinowitz, who wrote this article. Jews were never, ever violent in the creation of their ethno-state. It never happened once, and I'm sorry for making that joke. To that end, prosecutors allege that Allison and Humber pushed their followers to attack minority communities. So how many minority communities were attacked? They also urged them to attack government infrastructure, politicians, government officials, and the leaders of private companies, some of whom, including a U.S. senator and a federal judge, were included in a detailed list of high-value targets for assassination. Their strategy to encourage others to commit violence was effective. Kristen Clark, who leads the Justice Department's Civil Rights Division, said in a news conference Monday, one Telegram user live streamed himself stabbing 5 people outside of a mosque in Turkey. What? So a grand jury in California handed up charges. There was a stabbing in fucking Turkey. A 19-year-old Slovakian man praised the group in a manifesto before killing 2 people at an LGBTQ bar in Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia. Okay, so when trans and gay school shooters shoot up schools and they attribute things that they attribute to the shooting, should we believe them too? Should we connect those groups to that? That only seems fair, right? Since we're holding all these groups accountable. So this group has actually not done anything, especially not in the United States. They've not attacked anybody. They've not done anything like that. Make no mistake, as hate groups turn to these online platforms, the federal government is adapting and responding to protect vulnerable communities. You can't escape accountability by hiding behind a computer screen. That's not true. Historically, we've seen that's not the case. It's just like, it really always just, I'm always skeptical now because the government has set so many people up, like whether, like even going back to Randy Weaver and shit. I just don't trust my government when they tell me that the people they got were these dangerous white supremacist extremists. I don't buy it because they've told me that so many times before when in reality, they just set people up. You know, going back to Randy Weaver and then coming all the way up to present day with that Michigan militia. Look, man, I wish that I wasn't skeptical. I wish that when the government said, we got a bunch of radical ethno-staters who were trying to encourage violent acts. And I wish I could hear that and I could be like, fucking awesome. Get them. Take them down. Great. But like the government has fucked around so hard and they pretended to be these groups and they pretended to be members of these groups. They even staged a Justice for J6 rally where a bunch of feds showed up and pretended to be pro-January 6th people. So again, I don't trust you. It's not that I believe these groups or I trust these groups. It's quite the opposite. I wish we had a government agency that was trustworthy and viable, and that when one of these groups were taken down, I was sure that it was them, and then I was sure that they did what you said they did. But you guys have fucking murdered people. Like, no offense. You know, you go, oh, I don't believe people are like, oh, are you defending these white supremacists? Not in the least. If they're scumbag white supremacists, then fuck them. But I don't believe the people who are charging them are not credible because they've literally murdered people. They've killed people. They've set people up and tried to take away their freedom. I don't trust you. You and these white supremacist groups you're chasing, I trust the same amount. I trust these white supremacist groups zero. Dumb, inbred, redneck hillbillies. I also trust you the same amount I trust them because you've had people killed, you've murdered people's children before, and you continue to set people up to this day. You set a compound on fire in Waco, Texas. And yeah, David Koresh may have been doing some of the shit you said he did, but you never proved it. You never gathered evidence. You never put him on charges. You burned down their fucking compound and murdered women and children. You're war criminals. And you want me to believe you. I'm sorry, I don't. I don't believe the FBI. I believe the FBI should be disbanded. I believe the FBI should face murder charges for the shit they've done. ATF too. So it's not so much, my skepticism doesn't come from, oh, I don't want these groups busted. If they're trying to get people killed and they're actually, actively facilitating murder, they should be put away. But when the people who are telling me that they're doing this are also people that have blood on their hands, I don't trust either of you. It's not an either or thing. Sorry, Adonis Paul, but it's a hate. Bigot on socialist media says Australian federal police are active on social media and have admitted to radicalizing teen Muslims before they stabbed people. Kevin Soundboard says begging to completely base takes on important topics. Gotta love it. That's what I'm saying. Like, the begging is the ugliest part of this show, but the rest of the show is, if I do say so myself, fucking fire. We can make fun of drunk bus drivers 1 second and then go to, fucking based FBI shit the other. Toad Climbs Mountains with $5 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. We're only $25 away from knocking it out, guys. So, go ahead and click one of those links, and let's take care of that $25. Or do it on Super Chats or do it on Rumble Rants. But when they tell me that we got this white supremacist group, I'm like, how'd you get them? Because in my mind, it's because you were the white supremacist group. I don't put it past the FBI to become these groups and then bust themselves. And I also don't put it past the FBI to encourage these people to murder people so that they can kill them. And then the FBI can say, oh, look, there is murder going on by these white supremacist groups. I believe the FBI facilitates its own criminals. There is probably not a conspiracy theory about the FBI that I don't believe because they're that untrustworthy. They murdered Randy Weaver's family. And do you know why they murdered Randy Weaver's family? Because they shoved a gun in his face and said, saw this shotgun off for me. And he said, no. And they said, we'll give you $800 or whatever it was. And he said, God damn, up here in the mountains in this cabin in the woods, when I go down to get groceries and supplies, that $800 would go a long way. They preyed on this guy's wantonness to feed his fucking family, got him to saw off a shotgun, and then fucking charged him with a crime when he did it. And then he said, well, I'm not coming down from the fucking mountains. I'm not going to show up for my court date. I don't even know how he would know when his court date was. But he said, I'm not coming down from the mountains. And they're like, all right, well, we'll come get you. All over a sawed-off shotgun that they set him up for. And then they go up there. They're hiding in the fucking bushes on his property. And his kid sees him. They shoot Randy Weaver's fucking dog. So the kid fires back on the agents. The agents murder Randy Weaver's kid. And then as she's running back into the house, they sniped his fucking wife while she was holding Randy Weaver's baby. These people are fucking criminals. These people are evil. They're just following orders, right? Why does that only work for them, by the way? Like, we put war criminals to death for saying they were just following orders. Why weren't the people who killed Randy Weaver's wife executed? Why? Because they had a badge? Oh, that's great. So as long as we have a badge, we can kill your wife. The Bureau will just have to put up, what did Randy Weaver get for his pain and suffering? Like $2 million? $2 million. That's about it. That's what he got. Numero uno Josh Denny fan with $1 says, when did based start meaning retarded? I doubt Lil B approves. Who's Lil B? But I'll tell you this. That I don't believe anything that these people tell me anymore because it's coming from the mouths of liars, scam artists, and murderers. Chad Buzamok says, that sounds like a movie scene or nightmare, but sadly, it's real. Oh, yeah, that's right. Randy Weaver died a couple years ago. That's right. And then after that, they go to Waco. They think that David Koresh is molesting children. in Waco. But they don't have evidence of it. So they go and they bring, agents, armed agents, to basically perform a siege of the compound at Mount Carmel. TV cameras show up. The very definition of escalation. And this guy who's running a religious organization and thinks he's fucking Jesus, this David Koresh, he starts talking to the government. They start fucking shooting at these people, killing multiple Branch Davidians, and then the siege. And then David Koresh says, well, let me write my religious message and read it to the world, and then I'll surrender. And they said, okay. And then, I would imagine that writing your manifesto takes a minute or two. The government didn't want to wait. So they then just set the fucking place on fire, burned out all the women and children, murdered them, killed them, and then went, oh, well, what do you do? And then Timothy McVeigh bombs the Oklahoma City building because of this, and the government goes, we're just poor innocent victims. You got these people fucking killed because you started murdering American citizens. You started slaughtering them by the dozens. I guess probably hundreds, right? In the case of Waco. Feds fired first, threw in flash grenades. Yeah, they threw in flashbangs and tried to enter through one of the windows. Let's see. How many died at Waco? 76 Branch Davidians, including 20 to 28 children. So almost 100 people. And we trust these people still. I hope we don't. Yeah, I don't know how deep we want to get into it. Look, we're $25 away from today's goal. Guys, please knock that out for us. Like, we're sitting right on top of it. Just please, everybody, throw in $5-10 until it's knocked out. We've done 20 minutes of our 30 minutes of overtime, and we haven't hit the goal yet. I'm starting to feel like a dirty whore. Let's go ahead and do this. $25 away. We're going to bag in 5 minutes. I'd rather not. Let's just get it knocked out, call it good, and have a successful show today. Redmond says all of the evidence of FBI involvement in the OK City bombing was in Building 7 on 9/11. I do know that Timothy McVeigh, first of all, he was a military guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he was in any kind of MK Ultra experiments. But he also had contact with the government. I don't know how much they were involved in the whole Waco thing, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility that, the Timothy McVeigh thing, like, look, they'll try to set up Governor Whitmer to be abducted, right? What if that would have gotten out of hand and they might have got her? Like, there's no telling, like, an FBI plan can go awry. It is possible. So, I don't buy this, like, white supremacy group gets busted thing as long as the federal government's involved. I just don't. Let's continue on here. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit ago. Beyonce completely shut out of CMA Awards. Bayhive buzzing with outrage. Dude, fuck them. It was a terrible country effort. Cowboy Carter album, Texas Hold'em. That was not a country song. That was a pop song with country references in it. Morgan Wallen led the charge with 7 nominations, including Entertainer of the Year and Song of the Year. Chris Stapleton and Cody Johnson fell just behind Morgan, nabbing 5 nominations each. Oh, good for them. Chris Stapleton's kind of just become, I guess, pardon the pun, a staple in this whole thing. I will say this, Beyonce's still very attractive. She's still hot, but that country album was a fucking joke. That was a money grab joke. Approachable with $5 says, here's an extra 5 for the fact that there was no drama bullshit today. Yeah, if you guys like that there was no drama, that's definitely something to pay for. Because like I said last night, I go where the money goes. And if you guys like that we did this kind of a show today, I am very much influenced by money. Guys, we are $20 away from today's goal. Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are in the chat. They are pinned to the top of the page. Drop in a couple of bucks. Help us knock this thing out. $25 from Wildcard. It's done. It's over. Another win for the toe. Thank you, guys. Boy, those gravy sweats, man. You make them kick in. Chad Buzamok says, well, and also you can't really talk about the drama. Oh, yeah, I can talk about all the drama, like the Melton drama and all that stuff. I can still talk about other people. I just have I have a philosophy that I'm going to stick to. And so far it's been working out pretty well. I hope that I can tell you about it today. I really hope I can tell you about it on the evening show. It might take a little longer, but we got some good news yesterday. And I'm trying not to get too high on the good news because I want it to be confirmed first. Kimberly with 345. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. And it says, don't say my name right off the bat. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. They said it's for a tropical vibe Celsius. I already had a sugar-free Red Bull today. I can't be fucking around with more energy drinks. No, thank you. Oh, boy. Yeah. Atomic Ray just says, shut up. Nope, I agree with you. I agree. Thank you guys for knocking out today. I do appreciate it. And we are $10 into tomorrow. Or tonight. I'm sorry, tonight. I think we're going to use that 120 that came in from Kick Monday that I didn't have accounted for. I think we're going to use that for the debate stream. So we don't have to have a huge goal for that, and we can just knock it out. Grand Poobah with $10 says, here's a no drama bump. There you go. 15 into tonight. So we can start tonight at 1:15 if we throw all that towards it. That might not be the worst idea. Could be something to think about, or at least use some of it. Maybe use like 60 tonight and 60 tomorrow morning. That might be the way to go. So yeah, the Beyonce thing, I don't know. I saw my boy Eric Church got nominated for a CMA for Musical Event of the Year with Man Made a Bar by Morgan Wallen. I was thinking maybe opening Chief's Bar and having Morgan Wallen christen it by throwing a stool off the fucking roof was going to be the event of the year. You guys want to see someone tell Jesse Waters to eat shit live on Fox News? That'd be fun. That's a good way to close it out today. Also, with the Jesse Waters thing, I never liked him. Like, even when I thought Fox News was good, Jesse Waters has always been a smug little cunt. Remember he started off as Bill O'Reilly's ambush guy? I hate Jesse Waters. Let's check this out. Jesse Waters getting called, what did he get called? A piece of shit? Or no, somebody told him to eat shit.
That in the trash?
Jesus Christ, we got to watch a 30-second ad to watch a clip of a guy being told to eat shit? And Wanda Sykes is the voice of a garbage disposal now? That's what she's doing? God bless, I guess. There's something to be said about accepting where you're at in your career. Good for her. Just watching some white dude scrape garbage down her throat. Weird spot to be for a black lesbian. All right, off we go to the Jesse Waters
College students
clip.
are back at school. What are they studying? What are their hopes and dreams? Well, Johnny went undercover as a college student to find out.
See, I fucking hate this. This is Crowder shit. And then all they're going to do is boomer bait. They're going to show you the girl with the green hair. They're going to show you all of that shit. God, Fox News can be fucking cringe. Especially Jesse Waters. Gutfeld's okay.
School season's here. Are you excited? Not really. What are you studying?
Philosophy.
How to make movies, studying business at Stern.
Global public health.
How about that pandemic?
It's done now. So everything's back to normal.
What classes are you taking?
This is fucking cringe. Yeah, you guys are talking to 19 and 20-year-olds. What are you going to get? Deep answers? Oh, Fox is gay. And you know the 60, 70-year-olds who watch this shit are like, yeah, oh, look at how stupid these kids are.
I'm in class right now.
So let's hear a little German.
Hallo, wie geht's dir?
How to sketch people and draw faces.
Can you draw me like one of your French girls?
Good try. Medicare, Medicaid, types of insurance.
You know, we finally beat Medicare.
Finally beat.
If
We finally beat Medicare.
I'm a songwriting major.
Ah, sing me a song.
1 maca, 2 maca, 3 macarena. Da, 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 da,
I like her. She's cute.
How are your professors?
This fucking sucks.
He's from Italy.
How does he greet you? Get a little kiss on.
Where do they tell him to eat shit? That's what I want to see. I want to see them tell Jesse Waters to eat shit.
There was a roach in our door.
My sink is like this big, and it doesn't even move, so I can't even wash dishes.
This fucking sucks. God, how does Jesse Waters have a job? All right, where's the eat shit?
90,000, I won't lie.
Expensive.
100,000 per year?
You having student loans?
No, my parents.
No.
Hey, look. He fell asleep. Let's go. Be honest with me.
Okay, I'll try my best.
You drinking all day?
No.
But, like, isn't that what you're supposed to do in college?
This fucking sucks, Mediaite. Where's the fucking clip where they tell him to eat shit? You've ruined my show for today. People gave me enough money, and now it's all
Say
fucked.
anything about it.
Let's just get through the next 64 days.
Tell me about Kamala Harris.
What was that? I don't know what I do.
Are you kidding me?
Come on.
I honestly don't know too much.
I'm not fond of her.
She's a great speaker. I like her.
Why?
She's the best option in the Democratic Party.
She's the only option.
Yep. You have a B on.
Have a bee on me?
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Ooh, there was a mosquito. I don't want mosquitoes around me.
This is fucking awful.
I don't like mosquitoes.
All right.
This is what people watch? You literally just went and talked to college kids.
Listen, Fox News Channel, Jesse Waters primetime. You're going to be on it. What do you want to tell them?
1 maca, 2 maca, 3 macarena. You finish the lyrics because I don't remember. Hey, macarena.
Eat Jesse Waters.
There we go. Eat shit, Jesse Waters. I agree for making people fucking watch that. I like this kid. He's good. I don't care if he votes for Kamala Harris. She's cute, too. I want to...
Hey, macarena.
Eat Jesse Waters.
I like that. Yeah, that's my... You know what? My thoughts exactly. That's the perfect way to end that segment. That was very meta. I don't think Fox News really understood how great that dismount was. Eat shit, Jesse Waters. Perfect. Perfect. That's how we end today's show. Oh, Christ. Numero uno Josh Denny fan says, this fucking sucks, he says about the clip he saved for overtime. Well, it was just kind of in the prep sheet that way. Deranged Lunatic with $1 says, the Macarena girl is pretty damn cute. I know, isn't she? The Macarena girl was pretty fucking adorable. I like her. She doesn't really like politics either. Good. She shouldn't. Good for her. Dead Game says, told you, very end. They saved the best for last. All right, guys, we are out of here. Thank you very much. You're $15 into tomorrow, into tonight, which I thank you very much for. Yeah, we could just go as low as 115 for tonight's goal and just watch the debate. That sounds doable. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. We will talk to you at 7 o'clock with Matt and I for a big debate show this evening.